welcome to May 9th, 1941. If you love news commentary, this is the program for you. My name is Henry Chap, your host, and we recreate radio schedules on this channel, and everything that you are going to hear tonight aired on May 9th, 1941. I will tell you exactly what we are going to play in just a little bit. If you enjoy the content of this channel, not only subscribe, but please donate to its upkeep. Because of the vintage radio, music, and films that we share, this channel does not qualify for YouTube monetization. Help motivate us to consistently post this wonderful content. We like to think that this channel is more interesting and entertaining than any other World War II channel on YouTube. Help us keep going by donating. In the expanded description section to this video, you will find two links for which to donate. One is for PayPal and the other is for a GoFundMe. If the GoFundMe link is outdated on this video, go to this channel's description or our latest video where you will find an updated link. Any little bit helps. Tonight is Friday, so we are going to watch a movie serial to start things out. We're on Chapter 3 of Captain Marvel. Then we get into the vintage radio programs, and we have a lot of them to share with you guys tonight. We're going to start out with the Goldbergs. Then we have Cedric Foster and the news. In fact, we have 3 different news commentators tonight. So you're going to get 3 different opinions on the news, which is kind of it is a cool thing. And Cedric Foster is the first of the 3. Then we have the Lone Ranger and Mountain of the Wind. Then we have the Adventures of Superman. We have a movie trailer for the film Great American Broadcast. Then we have our second news commentator with Fulton Lewis Jr. Then we have Information Please, and their guest is Gene Tunney. And by this time, Mr. Tunney was in the military. I think they mentioned that he is a lieutenant. And one of the questions on Information Please involves another famous athlete who has gotten drafted. So things are definitely happening in the sports world by this time. The war has begun to affect that. And then following Information Please, we are going to have a tribute to Jack Benny. And then following the tribute to Jack Benny, we have another news commentator, this time Raymond Graham Swing. And following Mr. Swing to close it out this evening, this is Wichita. So we have a ton of stuff today. Boy, oh boy, my arms are full with this film and transcription discs. And we're just going to put all this stuff here on the table and give this stuff, well, we're going to give this stuff a watch and a listen. I've got the film threaded all through the film projector and the white sheet up on the wall. Let's check out Captain Marvel.
Throw him in.
I think I know who he is.
Hello, Billy. Where have you been?
Oh, I got tied up on a special broadcast. Did anything of importance come up?
Sort of. I'm going to get Mr. Carlisle's lens from his Oak Mountain Lodge. It's in his safe. He gave me the combination.
Are you going alone?
Yes.
Why should you go?
Well, Mr. Malcolm and the others think the Scorpion is watching their movements, but feel he'd never suspect me.
I'm not so sure about that. He seems to know every move that's made around here.
But I've already said I would go.
You better take my car.
Why?
Well, it has a two-way radio on it. If anything goes wrong, you can talk directly to my office, and I'll keep it tuned into that wavelength.
All right, Billy, if it'll make you feel better.
You may as well come in, Tausha Tally.
Is Mr. Malcolm still here?
No, he left about an hour ago.
Thank you. I'll stop by this evening.
Oh, just a minute. Why don't you try his club? You might find him there.
Hello, Whitey? Betty's leaving Malcolm's in my car. I want you to follow her.
I'd be glad to, Billy. I'll be tied up here for a few minutes, though.
Well, in that case, pick her up at Elm and 4th. I'll stall her for a while.
Okay, I won't let her get out of my sight.
Okay, Whitey.
My friends think they can keep me from getting Carlisle's lens, but they do not realize the power of the Scorpion. Carlisle's lens shall soon rest here. The others will follow in turn. The dynasty of the Scorpion will live again, and I shall rule, mightier than the ancient Shagatal.
Where is this lens, and how do you plan to get it?
The lens is in a safe at Oak Mountain Lodge. Malcolm's secretary has the combination and will be leaving soon to get it. This is what you must do at once.
Drive up into that truck. Get going. Looks like your boyfriend lost track of you. All right, hand over that combination.
I don't know what you mean.
Never mind the chatter. I want the combination of Carlisle's safe. Give me that bag. This is it.
What are you going to do with me?
Just sit tight. You'll know soon enough. I got the combination, Martin. Head into Cliffwood Road.
You can't get away with this. The police will soon know what the Acme Storage Company are using their trucks for.
Cliffwood Road. Acme Storage Company. Shazam!
I don't think the police will hear about this. That'll keep you from getting into any trouble. Tie down the wheel. We're leaving. Head for Oak Mountain Road.
Shazam! Betty! Betty!
How did you get here?
Well, never mind that. We got more important things to worry about.
Those men, they got the combination to Carlisle's safe.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, but I can get to the lodge ahead of them in my plane.
Let me go with you.
Oh, after what you've been through, you need a rest. I'll drop you off at Malcolm's on my way to the airport. I'll go get the car.
And Billy's on his way to the airport now.
Gentlemen, you have heard my secretary's story. It's startling proof that we are menaced by a master criminal.
Well, that's true, but as long as Batson gets there ahead of them, we have nothing to worry about.
Surely with Carlisle's lens in our hands, the Scorpion is helpless.
I wouldn't be too sure, gentlemen. Did you say Billy was taking his own plane?
Yes. Why?
Nothing. Mere curiosity.
Well, since we can't do anything till Billy returns, there's no use waiting any longer.
I agree. Gentlemen, good night.
Good night.
Miss Wallace. Good night.
Good night. That'll be all for you tonight, Bertie.
Good night, Mr. Malcolm.
Good night.
arrest the Scorpion.
Brandon speaking.
Listen carefully. Batson is on his way to get his plane. You know about that atmospheric exploder.
Yes, I've got it right here.
Well, here's what I want you to do with it. Put it in his plane and set it for 8 o'clock with a 1-minute fuse.
Who's calling, please? Hello?
Hello, Whitey?
Yeah. What is it, Betty? What?
And the Scorpion has set a bomb with a 1-minute fuse to start burning at 8 o'clock. You must warn him.
Yeah, sure, Betty. Right away. I'll get right on it. "4BL calling 2RM. 4BL calling 2RM. Please come in, Billy Batson." This is 4BL calling 2RM. Calling 2RM. Please come in, Billy Batson. This is 4BL calling 2RM. Calling 2RM. Please come in, Billy Batson. Why doesn't that guy answer? This is 4BL calling 2RM. Please come in, Billy Batson. There's a bomb wired to explode in your plane at 1 minute past 8. Please come in, Billy Batson. Please come in. This is 4BL calling 2RM. Please come in, Billy Batson.
Stay tuned next for The Goldbergs.
And now, The Goldbergs. When Sammy Goldberg returned to the Allisons' house, he found that things had changed in his absence. His parents were there for his wedding to Sylvia Allison. Jake still is ignorant of the fact that Sammy was not away on a business trip, but had actually left, determined not to marry Sylvia. And so Jake is very happy for his son, for his apparent success, for the fine things that are in store for him. But Molly knows that something's wrong without knowing actually what it is. She knows that Sammy left intending not to return, but she doesn't know why he has returned. Although Molly gave Sammy every chance to explain, Sammy maintained a neutral attitude. So Molly has decided to keep what she knows to herself and find out everything she can before the wedding day arrives. And here she comes running breathlessly into a store to telephone. Listen.
Rosalind. Here's Sammy. Is there a telephone booth in the store? Where'd you leave Sammy? He's walking back to the house with Papa. Just Papa or Mr. Allison, too? Just Papa. Did Sammy tell you anything, Ma? No. Maybe he'll tell Papa. There's the telephone booth. Over here, I think. There? Here, Ma. Oh. Who do you want to call, Ma? I want to call Ed. Sylvia's brother-in-law I want to call. Is Sammy don't want to tell me? Then I have to find out elsewhere. And some way other. Get me a nickel. I have a nickel, Ma. You have a nickel? So give me. Here. Give me. Was Papa glad to see Sammy? I ask you. Hello? Hello, operator? I want, what's that number? Hold on, please. 45, Ma. You sure? Yeah. I want 45, please. Ma, please, don't be so nervous. What should I be, Rosalie, dear? A calm cucumber? Hello? Hello? Yes? Oh, the line is busy? Oh. Well, then would you try again, operator, please? Well, if they're busy, then they must be home. And if they're home, then we will get them. Hang up, Ma, and have the operator call you back. Huh? She'll call me back? I said, hang up to call me? Hello? Hello, operator. Will you call me back when you get call 5? Well, I wouldn't hang. I'll... What? Very well. I'm in the phone booth. She knows, Ma. She's asking me, so she don't know. She's asking me, Rosalie. Hello? The number here is just 1 minute. I will tell you in a minute. What is the number here? 92. Hello? I'm standing in 92. Thank you. I'll be expecting. Thank you. Ma, please don't be so excited. I'm not excited. The operator asked me what was the number, and you tell me if you know. I'm not excited. I only want to know what's going on. Look, we'll find out, Ma. If there's something there, it can't be hidden. What can it be? But Sammy didn't tell me. Me, he shouldn't tell. I'm surprised he didn't catch on when you sent me to get the stamp. He didn't even notice. And he didn't even say anything when you said that you wanted to buy something in the drugstore. Maybe he wanted to speak to Papa alone. But why should he tell Papa and not you, Ma? Sammy always confided in you. I don't know. He didn't look well, Ma. I saw that. He was worried. I saw that, too. There is something on his mind, Ma. I know it. But what, Rosie? What? Give me the nickel. The operator will call you when the line's free. He will? Ed. He must know. If Ed was the one that called me not to let Sammy come down here before it even all stopped, way back in Lexington, then Ed must know. And if Ed knows... Oh, no. You should have asked Sammy right out. You should have told him that you knew about the telegram and that you knew he wasn't on a business trip. I'm not trying to find out to help my curiosity, Rosalie, dear. That's not my point. I'm trying out to find and to help Sammy. That's what I want to find out, and that's why I want to find out. Sammy's not happy. Sammy left Sylvia and he came back. Why? Why did he come back? If he left, why did he come back? That's what I want to know. Well... I'm glad they're here, Rosalie. That I'm glad. I've been thinking and I can't imagine what it is. It's a question of imagining. It's not imagining. It's not imagining. I'll go to Ed myself. I'll make an appointment this minute. I'll stand into the booth till Wednesday. And I'll make an appointment. And I'll tell him out and out and out to his face that I know that he was the one. And then if I don't find out what's the phone, the phone. Ma, please don't be nervous. I'm not nervous, Ma.
Molly snatches at the receiver, in reality snatching at the clues that will reveal the source and secret of Sammy's strange attitude and the Allison lies. And meanwhile, Sylvia's father is waiting for Sammy and the Goldbergs to come in. And in his mind, too, part of that house of lies which Sylvia built for herself is beginning to crumble. But Allison is a father, and he's willing to see if a little peace and quiet, if some measure of happiness can be restored to his broken family. He speaks to Leah, his other daughter, to whom he has just sent Sylvia.
Hello? Hello. Leah? Why has your line been so busy? Now, look. Sylvia is on her way over to your house. I want you to listen to everything she has to say. Maybe it's still not too late to live like real people. Let bygones be bygones. I'm your father, Leah. Remember that. Be his sister and her daughter, Leah. Sammy? Jake? Goodbye, Leah. Well, Sammy, how are you? Hello, Sammy. Hello, come in. Well, Jake, don't you think he looks fine? Come in. You'll never know how happy I am to see you, Sammy. Well, Jake, tell me, don't you think he looks well?
Not so well, Ellison.
Well, where's Mrs. Goldberg and Rosie?
Just up for something. Where's Sylvia?
Oh, she went over to Leah. She'll be right back. After all, this is going to be a great family reunion. Well, what are we standing, looking at each other as if we never met before?
That's right. But, Pamela, don't you want to wash up?
Yes, but there's time for that.
You hungry?
No, thank you.
Oh, you must be. I'll go in and tell Carable to fix something. You certainly must be hungry after a trip like that.
Pamela, you were trying to tell me something. What's the matter? What's wrong?
I have to talk to you, Paul.
About what, Sammy?
About a lot of things.
You're upset?
Very.
Did the trip go wrong? After all, Sammy is just a beginner.
It has nothing to do with that.
So what? Did you tell Mama?
I don't want Mama to know.
But,
I can't tell you now, Paul. I'll be upstairs in a minute. Go up. I want to speak to Mr. Allison first.
Sammy, what happened?
I'll tell you, Paul.
Well, Carable is fixing something for you, Sammy.
Go up, Paul.
Where are you going, Jake?
Well, I'll be down a little while.
Sammy, you don't know what a load lifted off my heart when I heard you came back.
Mr. Allison,
Sammy, please. Sylvia told me why you left. She told me everything.
Well, that doesn't matter anymore.
It matters more than anything else that I know. When you came here first, Sammy, you came only as a young man whom my Sylvia loved and wanted to marry. But these weeks, these months have changed that more than you think. You're like a son to me.
Mr. Allison, please.
I know how you feel. I know how you must have felt hearing those things that two sisters said about each other. I know what it meant for a young boy to fall in the middle of ideas and jealousies in which he had no part. But the day you left, Sammy, the day I woke in the morning and found you were gone, I promised myself that if you came back, there would be an end, a final and complete end to all these bickerings and quarrels. Well, you're back, and that end is here. But Sylvia went to Leah. I told her to go. I told her that henceforth I wanted no more of tales and quarrels. Let there be peace. Each sister equal to the other. And it'll be this way.
All I want to say, Mr. Allison, is...
I lied to your father and mother. I said you were away on a business trip. I said it because before I had time to think, before I realized what happened, where I was, there was a knocking at my door. It was wrong to say that. It was wrong for Sylvia to tear up the telegram you sent to your parents. But that all can be made up for. I'll tell your father and mother myself. Nothing counts anymore now that you're back.
Something does count.
Oh, just a minute, Sammy. Hello? Hello? Sylvia? Yes? What? Well, I know she isn't there. I know Lee isn't there, but wait for her. She'll be back soon. I just spoke to her. Well, stay there till she comes. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. 1 minute. Sammy? Yes? Sylvia wants to talk to you.
I'm going upstairs a minute, Mr. Allison. I'll see her when she gets back. And Sammy turns and without another word goes slowly up the stairs while Mr. Allison stands silently, not hearing Sylvia's words on the other end of the wire. All is not the same, not for Allison or Sammy or Molly or Jake. But what will things be like for Sylvia, who is the source and the center and the cause of it all?
Stay tuned next for news commentary.
From the studios of WTHT, the broadcasting division of the Hartford Times in Hartford, Connecticut, the Mutual Network presents Cedric Foster in a news analysis of today's developments in the European war. Cedric Foster.
The news out of Europe today is that the largest squadron of British bombing planes ever to raid Adolf Hitler's Third Reich struck terrific blows at Hamburg and Bremen last night. while Berlin and Emden were assaulted in what the British Air Ministry termed subsidiary attacks. The official communique from London did not give the number of planes involved in the raids, but there were estimates made today in the British capital that between 300 and 400 bombers and protecting fighters swung into action in the German skies. And probably the best way to describe what happened during this large-scale British attack is to quote for you directly the statement issued by the Air Ministry in London today. And this statement declares, more aircraft of the Bomber Command than ever before on a single night, with incendiaries to be counted in the tens of thousands and high explosives in hundreds of tons, covered Hamburg and Bremen with fires and smoke last night. Buildings were rent and smashed, and Germany's submarine and shipbuilding yards were remorselessly bombarded and left with fires blazing in their midst. The moon and the weather favored the attack, and though it was claimed by the Germans this morning that their defenses dispersed the attack, our aircraft were, in fact, prevented neither by night fighters nor anti-aircraft barrage from streaming over both cities in a constant procession and discharging their whole load on appointed targets. Pilots' individual reports speak of areas a mass of flame in which it was impossible to distinguish separate fire, of terrible explosions and smoke rising to 10,000 feet, and of our most powerful bombs dropped into the heart of the raging fires. That is the end of the official communique. In Britain today, there was an immediate reaction to this gigantic raid on German cities. It was interpreted in authoritative quarters to mean that the island fortress in the North Sea is now able to carry out heavy assaults on Nazi cities because of a gradual fulfillment of Mr. Churchill's prediction of last year. Many of you may remember his 4th of June speech, transmitted to the world on shortwave radio one Sunday afternoon, when the outlook was pretty grim and dark concerning Britain's ability to survive. France was almost under the heel of the conqueror. The Low Countries had been laid in waste, and the democratic world wasn't very optimistic as it looked toward the future. And it was at this time that Mr. Churchill chose to address his nation and empire, and the world will certainly never forget the peroration of that speech. It ranks with the greatest compositions of all time, and because it exemplifies the courage and the determination of the leader of the British Commonwealth of Nations, because through it he rallied his countrymen to their standard at a time when even the bravest and stoutest of hearts were weakening under the terrible strain of one disaster after another, I repeat his closing remarks to you now. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight on the seas and the oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence of strength in the air. We shall fight on beaches. We shall fight on landing grounds. We shall fight in fields, streets, and hills. We shall never surrender. And even if, which I do not for a moment believe, this island or a large part of it is subjugated and starving, then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, will carry on the struggle until in God's good time, the new world, with all of its power and its might, steps forth to the liberation and the rescue of the old. That was the statement of the British Prime Minister almost a year ago, and the words that he uttered have come to pass. His people are still fighting, and his island home has yet to be subjugated or starving. And the battle in the skies, carried on as he said that it would be, with growing confidence of strength in the air, is now being carried with increased power away from the shores of Britain to the homes and the industrial centers of the enemy. And there is not the slightest question that Britain has been enabled to do this because of the planes and the war material which she's received from the arsenals of the United States of America. And the Air Ministry didn't give too many details of the assault last night on Germany, but in addition to Hamburg, Bremen, Emden, and Berlin, there were other cities attacked which weren't named in northwestern Germany. Germany today admitted the severity of the attack. The Nazis stated that no bombs were dropped on their capital city of Berlin, but they declared that many civilians were killed in Bremen and Hamburg and other northwestern towns. At Hamburg and Bremen, the Nazis admitted what they termed some industrial damage, but they asserted that the residential sections of the two cities were the worst sufferers from the raid. While the Royal Air Force struck Germany, the Nazis were causing havoc in the British Isles once more last night, particularly at the city of Hull on the northeast coast of England. Germany said that the entire city was clouded in smoke and ringed with fire, and this was the second successive night that the Germans have struck at this seaport, and the report from Berlin regarding the damage done is correct, because the British admitted last night that the city was badly hurt. Scores of business blocks had been demolished as well as homes, and the Germans used bombs of tremendous power. One explosive, according to British reports, dropped in the center of a residential street, and the force of the explosion was so great that it leveled every house in a city block. The German report of last night's raid on Hull quoted Nazi flyers as declaring that the flames from the burning seaport could be seen a distance of 70 miles. In discussing the British attack on Germany last night, the Nazis said that British planes roared on past Berlin to dip their wings over German-occupied Poland at the city of Posen. And this flight is the longest, or one of the longest, ever made by British bombers, because in order to reach that section of Poland and return to Britain, the RAF pilots had to guide their planes for more than 1,200 miles. In the Middle East today, Britain announced that she'd virtually completed the destruction of the Iraqi Air Force by direct hits on planes which were on the ground at 2 Iraqi landing fields. At the same time, it was announced that whatever troops the Iraqi army had used in the assault on the British airfield at Lake Habbaniyah, these had been withdrawn to the towns of Ramadi and Fallujah. And this withdrawal, of course, was under fire. The Iraqis have steadfastly refused to accede to the British demands that they cease their attack on Habbaniyah. Cairo reports in connection with the campaign in Iraq that the British transported by heavy air howitzers from Egypt, or they transported heavy air howitzers from Egypt, and with these they routed the native troops of Rashid Ali. And the pursuit of these troops, according to Cairo, is now going on north and northeast of the Habbaniyah airport. And when the Iraqis abandoned their positions, the British said, they left large stores of war material which the Empire forces are now salvaging. In the vicinity of Basra, down on the Persian Gulf, quiet prevailed, according to the Cairo communique, while on the North African front at both Tobruk and Saloum, heavy sandstorms prevented the British and the British enemies from swinging into action. In the Western Mediterranean yesterday, the Italians said this morning that there was a heavy engagement between fascist planes and units of the British fleet which were guarding a large Allied convoy. Rome claims that 16 British planes were lost in the battle, and that in addition to this, torpedoes and bombs struck an aircraft carrier, 2 cruisers, a destroyer, and 3 merchantmen, as Italian aircraft roared to the attack. The battle, according to Rome, started late yesterday afternoon, and it went on into the hours of darkness. Rome declared that 5 Italian planes were lost. The Italians didn't say that any British ships had been sunk, but they stated that repeated hits were made on the naval vessels which were escorting the merchantmen. The British have yet to make any report on this engagement. The Admiralty in London, however, did send out cheering news to its fighting forces today when it reported the destruction of a German raider which was operating in the Indian Ocean. The ship was believed to have been the transatlantic liner Hansa, with a registry of more than 21,000 tons. The Admiralty's report of the battle, which gave but few details, said that the British cruiser Cornwall took 27 British merchantmen seamen from the raider, where they had been held as prisoners by the Nazis. And in addition to these men, 53 members of the raider's crew were also picked up by the Cornwall. What happened to the others hasn't been announced, but it was thought that the normal complement of the raider was at least 300 sailors. Naval circles in London said today that the Hansa, which is well known or was well known in the transatlantic trade before the war, probably carried 6 5.9-inch guns, several torpedo tubes, and also mine-laying equipment. The speed of the ship was at least 19 knots. The Soviet Union today informed the ministers of Yugoslavia, Norway, and Belgium that they no longer have any official standing in Moscow. And after receiving this information, the representatives of these 3 countries, now under German domination through force of arms, prepared to leave the Russian capital. The news of Stalin's decision was telephoned to Berlin for transmission from the German capital to the outside world. But the moment that a correspondent declared on the telephone during the actual conversation that the Russian move was understood in diplomatic circles in Moscow to indicate that the Soviet is planning closer cooperation with Germany, the moment that this statement was made, the telephone line was cut. Now, this action on the part of the Soviet is the second official act of importance which has taken place since Joseph Stalin came out in the open to assume the premiership of the nation, which he's ruled as a dictator with an iron hand for many years. The first official move was a statement by TASS, Russian news agency, that the Soviet was not concentrating troops along the German frontier and that she has no intention of doing so. As far as Russia is concerned, there are two widely divergent points of view on her policy. And one view is that she's a sub-rosa partner of Adolf Hitler and that she will work hand in glove with the Axis powers. And the other is that she's putting her house of diplomacy in order and that she's determined to defend her interests in the Middle East. You may take your choice as to which you wish to believe. There are strong arguments on both sides, but when you've argued pro and con, you still come back to Mr. Churchill's definition of Russia. The British Prime Minister characterized her some time ago as a riddle wrapped in mystery inside of an enigma. Propaganda is one of the most powerful and potent forces in the war which is going on in Europe. And Germany makes full use of it. And she has stated, from the lips of her leader Adolf Hitler, that in order to conquer people, you must keep on repeating lies until those people believe them. And Germany today gave concrete evidence of her lying ability when she broadcast a report which referred to the communist newspaper in New York, which is the Daily Worker, as the representative of American labor. The German radio declared, and now I quote directly from the radio, the American labor paper, New York Daily Worker, publishes an editorial dealing with the latest incendiary speech of War Secretary Stimson. The labor paper in its editorial points out that the American labor movement hates war. The Stimson speech, the New York newspaper remarks, was the storm signal in preparation for the next step when Roosevelt will push the button and set off the war explosion. The New York Daily Worker urges the American nation to take an open stand against these war machinations before it would be too late. That is the end of the German radio broadcast. Well, there's no doubt that the millions of American laboring people will be most interested to know that Germany has stated that the communist newspaper in New York is their representative. No more outspoken, deliberate lie has ever been uttered by authoritative German quarters. The statement is a perfect example of Adolf Hitler's policies being put into action.
Mutual has presented Cedric Foster an analysis of the news out of Europe today. Mr. Foster, speaking from the studios of WTHT, the Hartford Times in Hartford, Connecticut, is heard over most of these stations every day, Monday through Friday, at this same time. Cedric Foster is also heard Sundays at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned next for The Lone Ranger.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. wagon trains that crossed the Great Plains of the mountains on their way to California in the early days of the western United States faced many dangers. But they found one ally against Indians and outlaws and the forces of nature. The strength and courage of the masked rider of the plains, his daring and resourcefulness, and above all, his knowledge of the country were always at their service. It was he, more than any other man, who blazed the trail for the emigrants and brought them safely to their destination. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the mountains. Harold waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
The early sun, rising from the east, burned away the mists that covered the foothills, which sloped up higher and higher until they became mountains scraping the sky. The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode against the outcropping of the rock and saw a wagon train laying up in the gulch below them. The Lone Ranger raised his hand, and the horses stopped.
Now, the wagon train, Kimosabe. Ready to head over the Rockies for California. 10 wagons, 20 head of oxen, horses. Looks like a well-outfitted wagon train, doesn't it?
Maybe so.
It's no easy job crossing the Rockies, especially this time of year.
Maybe we go closer, huh?
That one wagon, Tonto, with a patched canvas top. It doesn't look in as good condition as the rest.
That's right.
I think we better give this outfit a closer look. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Rocky Mountains. Look at them. They sure poke their noses a long way into the sky. Look at them, Jane.
I've been looking at them for the last month, Frank, all the way across the prairie, day after day.
Yeah, day after day, Jane. They've been getting a little closer and a little bigger every morning till you could almost reach out and touch them. And now, well, now we're in them. We're really in the mountains.
Well, not quite, Frank.
All right, then, the foothills, same thing, I reckon. We're starting to do the real climbing today. California's on the far side, Jane. You been thinking over what I asked you?
Let's wait till we get there, Frank.
I love you, Jane.
I think I love you, Frank, but we'll wait till I can be certain. Please?
I've been waiting so long, reckon a little longer won't hurt none. I guess that's why I'm so all-fired anxious to get over the mountains, so as I can get your answer.
Hey, Seaton.
Huh?
Get a stiff neck staring up the hills that way. Wallace wants you, Seaton.
My father wants Frank?
That's what I said, ain't it?
What's it about?
If you two had stopped staring at the mountains, you'd have seen it the same as we did. Look yonder.
Riders.
Frank, one man.
Yeah, masked man and an engine. Wallace figures we ought to be around to see what they're after.
Yeah, Bob, I reckon I'll get my gun, too. Just a minute.
It's far enough, mister. You and the engine pull them reins.
You heading this wagon train?
I am.
Frank, did you ever see a man who looked as strong as he does?
Quiet, Gene. But still, he sure don't look like no outlaw despite that man.
All right, mister. I notice you and the engine letting your eyes rove over the camp. You got a crew of outlaws in them hills behind you waiting to attack. You're wasting your time. We'd shoot you first.
We're not outlaws.
Come on, Wallace. Tell him to mind his own business.
Mister, you don't talk like an outlaw.
We mean no harm, Wallace.
We friends.
We want to warn you to be careful.
Yeah?
This time of year, the Rockies are treacherous. It's a long, hard climb over the peak. You'll need every ounce of supplies and provisions you can carry.
You must figure we're greenhorns, mister.
Even seasoned Westerners have been trapped in those mountains. Before you start up, Wallace, make sure
Just a minute, Vice Man. You got anything else to add to that?
You don't want advice?
I'm leading this caravan that's getting to California without no trouble. These wagons are hand-picked. The oxen are good and strong. All the folks are personal friends of mine. Honest, upright people. That is, except for Barber here.
Barber, huh? Not your wagon with a patch top?
Yeah. Joined the wagon train at Wallkill. If it's any of your business.
No. Take a look.
No, me too.
No, you don't, Injun. You got 6 guns trained on you. Don't go no further.
Wallace, we're going to check on that wagon and make sure it's got supplies enough.
Sort of high-handed ways, mister. Who appointed you to do the deciding?
I did, Barber. Any objections?
Yeah. No, masked man.
Don't move any of you.
My gun.
Leave it there, right on the ground.
Jane, did you see that? He drew his guns and shot Barber's gun right out of his hand.
Lower that gun, Wallace.
All right, Vice Man. I reckon it's best there ain't no shooting. But you sure got a high-handed way of doing things.
It's your stubbornness, Wallace. It won't take us long, but we're looking at the wagons. Out of the way, Barber.
Well, Maxwell, are you satisfied?
You've got a good wagon train here, Wallace. Good enough to get to California.
We don't need you to tell us that.
But, Wallace, get rid of Barber. Oh, he's got enough supplies, the same as the rest. But he's the wrong kind of partner on a dangerous trip like yours.
Mister, I reckon I can judge character as well as any. Barber stays.
If something goes wrong, he'll think of himself first. He won't consider the rest of you at all.
On that, I beg to differ. And, mister, I've heard enough and wasted time enough. Outlaw, whatever you are, I bid you adios. We're heading over the mountains, and we're doing it immediate. Powwow's over. Get them wagons ready.
You tell him about Barber?
Yes, Tonto, but it did no good. Wallace is too sure of his own opinion to listen to any other. Let's travel.
Them got good supplies.
They should have no trouble, Kimosabe.
That's right. But me not like Barber.
We've warned them, and that's the most we can do. After all, plenty of others have gone over the Rockies with much poorer preparation. They'll do all right.
Maybe so, but Tonto not sure.
Wallace. Hey, Wallace.
Well, sit along the line, Barber.
Yeah, I'll hitch up and wait. My wagon's at the rear.
Gino, get back there. We'll be heading along.
Right. Get up, boy.
All right, folks. Get your reins steady. We're starting as soon as I give the word.
All right. Mr. Wallace, can Jane ride with me part of the way?
Hey, I reckon so. She wants to. Hey, go get in your wagon rolling. First team leads the way. Keep the wagon wheels right in line so it'll be easier traveling.
All right.
And here's my wagon. Up you go. And now, reckon we'd best forget about trouble. We got a trip ahead of us. Give me that whip, will you?
Here you are, Frank.
All right. Start your wagons. We're heading for California.
Here we go, Gene. Let me get that brake. Get up, you oxen. Get up. Gene, you know, somehow I ain't as happy as I was this morning. Looking up at them mountain peaks, I got a feeling that we're heading for trouble. A heap of trouble before we get over the top into California.
The wagon train crawled up the mountains like a giant centipede, up and up, slowly and carefully. The air became colder and sharper, and the wind began to whistle down from the towering peaks above them. As the climbing continued day after day, Barber began to show his true colors. The first indication was given when one of the wagons jammed its wheels while crossing a mountain stream.
Come on, heave at these wheels. We'll have to lift her over.
Jane, rouse up them oxen when we start heaving.
All ready.
All right, men, all together. Heave.
Heave.
Come on there, Barber. Put your back into it.
Hold it. You ain't pulling hard enough to lift a pebble.
Come on, she's moving. Heave. Heave. That did it. Reckon we get moving again. And Barber.
Yeah, Wallace?
The next time, don't let everybody else do the work, savvy?
All right, kid.
Barber talked more and worked less with every passing hour. One night, with the wagon train camped halfway up the mountain trail.
I reckon you'll have to turn in soon, Jane.
I'd a heap rather sit here with you, Frank.
Well, I'm keeping night watch, Jane. It's my turn.
Yours? You mean that ornery Barber's?
Well, he claims he twisted his ankle.
So he says, but it ain't so. You know it ain't.
Let's forget him, Jane. Sure does blow up here, don't it?
Wind and more wind, Frank. I'll be almighty glad when we get over the top of this mountain pass.
Yeah,
What's that?
Wagon right here. Supply wagon. Leave that barrel alone. Stealing supplies, huh?
Don't shoot.
You. I might have known.
No, Satan, I ruined a barrel of flour yesterday. Got it all wet. There's plenty here. I was just borrowing it.
Time after time, Barber showed himself to be as worthless as the Lone Ranger and Tonto had suspected. Everyone in the wagon train had some reason to dislike him, until finally, even stubborn old Wallace had to admit that he'd been wrong about Barber.
Yes, Janie, I reckon there's no fool like an old fool.
Now, Pa, it ain't your fault.
It is, too. I should have seen long ago that Barber was a worthless coyote who didn't give a hang about nobody but himself. He's been ducking work, grumbling, holding up the wagons till we're way behind schedule.
We'll catch up.
If I hadn't been so all-fired opinionated, I'd refuse to let him come along with us. Can't send him back now. We're in the mountains already.
A man alone wouldn't have much of a chance, would he?
That's it. That's why I can't send him packing. I sure wish I'd listened to that masked man, Jeannie. I sure do.
You see him on mountain?
What's that?
It's 4 day now. Every day Tonto watch you. Me see you look up on mountain.
Yes, Tonto. Ever since that wagon train left, I've been worried about them. We could see them each day up to now. But last night they camped in a hollow.
That's right. Air plenty clear to see wagon way off.
See that overhanging cliff that marks the pass, Tonto? The one heaped high with snow.
That's plenty dangerous place.
Very dangerous, Kimosabe. The wagon train must be camped right below it.
Soon it begins storm. Look at clouds.
Yes, Kimosabe. The storm in the mountain pass is bad. But there are worse dangers. And that snow, for instance, it might be... Tonto! Look up there. It looks as if an avalanche is starting.
Barbara, you doggone fool. I told you not to shoot off your gun. You start that snow tumbling down...
You can try to say I was lying. Nobody can say that about me.
They can't, eh? Well, if I hadn't knocked the gun out of your hands, you'd have...
Oh, Frank, look, up the mountain.
What the...
Snow, it's an avalanche.
Avalanche! Santa Barbara's gun started it all.
Avalanche, let me by. Let me get out of the way.
No,
you don't. We're all working, all of us.
Never mind the wagons. Right time. Run! Run for your lives! Run before she hits!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. An avalanche, started by the sound of Barbara's gun, roared down and engulfed the wagon train in the mountain pass high in the Rockies. Hard on its heels came one of the sudden violent mountain storms, whipping the snow before a vicious wind. Far down the slope of the mountain, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode straight into the storm, fighting their way up the steep incline.
The storm is getting worse, Tonto.
Scout fight plenty hard in deep snow. Him plenty tired.
If we could only tell whether Wallace's wagon train escaped that avalanche. They might have been camped beneath it after all. There was no way of being certain.
Storm come up after avalanche. We not see anything.
At this rate, it will take us days to get up there.
And snow plenty deep.
Perhaps the storm will stop, Kimosabe.
Mountain storm, heap strange. Nobody know when it stop. Nobody know when it starts.
And there's one consolation, Tonto.
What's that?
When the storm does stop, Wallace's wagon should be all right.
What you mean?
And the wind. It's not so strong here, but up above, the snow may be swept clean. The wind is much stronger.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Seaton, we got one thing to be grateful for. Nobody hurt. We got out from under that avalanche just in time.
Yes, sir.
But it looks bad. The women folk and the kids are beginning to savvy. Them wagons is buried 3 deep under that avalanche.
Yeah, we were able to reach one wagon, Mr. Wallace.
Yeah, just one. That little food we got out of it won't last very long. Seaton, somebody's got to get down the mountain for help.
Meaning me?
Well, if you don't want to, I guess.
I was going anyway.
You'll need a partner, Seaton. 2 men make easier traveling. The only man that's as strong as you are is Barber.
Reckon he'll have to be the one, then.
The rest of us are too weak to buck them snowdrifts. Figure you can keep Barber in line?
I have to, don't I? Besides, even a sidewinder like Barber can't run out of me.
You'd help back to us, Seaton. I'm getting you some of the food we got.
Oh, no.
Now, don't be an idiot. We got mighty little, but there's enough for us who stay here waiting for a rescue party. You can't travel without some victuals.
If you say so, Mr. Wallace.
Yes. We'll pray for you, Seaton. Good luck.
The scout rested now, Kimosabe? The wind stopped, and the storm with it.
Scout!
Careful, Tonto. The rock is slippery. Covered over with ice.
It take plenty long. Fine, slippery rock.
And the pass is still miles above us. If it were downhill, we could be there in 15 minutes. But uphill and against the snow, the avalanche piled up. There's no way of telling. It might be 15 days or more. Tonto, that was a shot.
Come from up mountain.
Follow me.
You not take Silver?
We leave the horses here. Wait here, Silver.
Scout, stand still.
And they'll stay there till we return. This way, Kimosabe. Up this cliff. I don't think it's very far off.
I'll get over it. I'll get up there. Oh, no use. I can't climb that sheer wall. There's no use even...
Here, grab this lariat.
What it... Maskman, where'd you come from?
First, grab the rope. Tonto, now, I'll pull you up.
I got it. Stop pulling.
Once more, Tonto.
Let me get him now.
Over the edge.
Maskman, Injun, you certainly showed up at the right time.
You fell into that hole, Seaton?
No, mister, it was Barber shoved me in there. I went for my gun, but I was too late.
Barber, huh?
And there, his footprints.
Mister, Barber's gone loco.
Well, where's the wagon train? Was anyone hurt?
The avalanche hit us, mister. The wagons were smashed and food is needed. Me and Barber were picked ahead for a rescue party.
Wallace still believes in Barber?
No, sir, mister. Barber's the cause of all our trouble. He's always said he wasn't more. But now he's done the worst.
And these footprints head up the mountain.
Yeah, up. That ornery skunk is heading for the wagon train. He says he's going back.
Back? What for?
Food.
What?
Food, mister. Barber's gone most loco. He's so scared of starving, he said he wasn't going to freeze to death, going for help. He said there was food enough up there to keep one man alive for a good long time. He said he aimed to get that food no matter what.
What path?
Mister, that's him. That's Barber shooting. He must be up there again. He's loco, I tell you. This loco is a crazy wolf running sheep and twice as dangerous.
Tonto, go below. Get the horses and head down the mountain for our camp. We have plenty of food there.
Me bring him back.
The snow will have melted away some by then. Make it as fast as you can.
Time to do it.
Mass, man, there ain't no sense to that. What good is food if there isn't... Well, if there isn't anyone left when the food arrives but Barber.
Listen, come on, Seaton. There's no time to waste.
For you, Wallace. Don't come no closer.
Wherever you're sneaking coyotes, you're going loco. We gotta have that food for the women folk, for the kids.
I warned you, Wallace. I got plenty of bullets in this here wagon, savvy?
You're a yellow rat. That bullet skinned right past my ear.
Save your breath, Wallace. I ain't alone here.
What?
I don't advise you doing nothing crazy, Wallace. But I kind of got your daughter right here in the wagon with me. Drop your guns and let you come close. That's it. Easy now. Now take a gag off.
Janie, how did this happen?
I was here at the wagon getting some food when Barber come along.
Yeah. Reckon you won't start no trouble with your daughter right in the line of fire, Wallace. Now you're seeing, go on back with the others.
Well, but you gotta listen to reason. You can't mean to keep that food for yourself. It ain't human.
I'm saving my own life, Wallace. That's all I care about. And nothing you can say is going to make me give up one sliver of it.
What's that?
Hey, that looks like Seaton.
Seaton? Can't be. I got rid of him down the mountain.
It is, Frank. And Paul, look. It's the masked man.
Wallace, Seaton.
Yes, man.
Come away from the fire a bit. I want to talk to you.
Plenty dark, isn't it?
Wallace, as I see it, you've got two problems.
Mister, it all boils down to one. Food.
Yes, but getting your food from Barber is the first.
There's only enough here to last a couple of days.
The other problem is getting away from here before more storms come along.
Mister, if you can figure that one, you're a wonder.
I think I have the second problem figured, Seaton. But unless we get that food from Barber, none of us may have strength enough left to get away.
Yes.
Seaton, how's your nerve?
Mister, if you got a plan to get Barber, there ain't no time to waste. Time with you.
He's got Jenny.
He's got the food, too, Wallace.
Masked man, we got to get working. When do you figure we go after Barber?
Right now, Seaton. Now, here's my plan.
Well, Jim, meat sure tastes good. Maybe if you ain't pleasant, Miss Jane, I'll give you some. I don't mind having somebody to talk to.
If I ate that, it'd turn to ashes in my mouth.
Yeah, tastiest ashes I ever had.
Haven't you got any heart? There are children at that campfire. They're hungry.
Eat my kids.
You've got no more worry for anyone but yourself, have you?
You guessed it, Miss Jane. The weather's clearing up gradual like. A couple of days more, I'll bundle up this food and head down the mountain.
Leaving the rest of us to starve.
Fellow's got to look out for himself. It'll be safe as a blue chip back in 4 aces. Nobody will ever get me because, well, they'll all be too weak to travel. I'll be the only survivor.
The masked man will get you here.
Yeah, no, he won't. Wallace didn't, and Seaton ain't gonna, and neither is a masked hombre. There's loose gravel all around this wagon for 10 feet every way. Nobody could get close in the wagon tongue without me hearing them. Besides, with you here, they wouldn't dare to... What in thunder? The wagon is starting to roll.
How could it? It was on level ground.
Somebody got to the wagon tongue. They're dragging it. Where's my gun? Now, there ain't nobody there.
The wagon's moving faster.
Off the flat. It's heading down the slope.
We'll die.
I gotta stop it. I got it.
Barbara, get the brake. The brake.
Yeah, the brake.
Pull the brake. Stop it up. What's that?
Quiet, Miss Jane. Everything's all right.
The masked man.
Quiet. Here comes Barber.
Oh, that was a near thing. Reckon I went maverick wild there for a second. I should have figured a brake would stop us from rolling.
We thought you'd forget that, Barber.
The masked man, how did you...
Seaton and I fastened ropes to the wagon tongue and started the wagon rolling. Even if you'd forgotten to pull the brake, we had the path ahead blocked up. We weren't concerned about you. It was Miss Jane and the food.
Climbed over the tailboard while I was up front.
I did, and now this food is...
Look, he's grabbing a rifle.
No, you don't.
Oh, my arm!
I wouldn't waste a bullet on you, Barber. Take his rifle, Miss Jane. We're giving that food to the others.
Frank, that food sure is making a heap of difference in the way folks feel, isn't it?
Oh, look at them youngsters eat. The trouble is, there ain't more than enough for one more day. Even with the men not eating enough for a hummingbird.
Barbara's tied up good and tight, waiting till we get down the mountain to a sheriff.
Yeah, Jane. I hope we can. The masked man's about the only one that seems hopeful.
Yeah, look at him yonder. Standing on that high rock looking down the mountain. He's been there all day.
Yeah, I reckon he... Janie, you see something.
Get him up, Scout! Up, Silver! Hi, Kimosabe! Wallace, Seaton!
It's the masked man. What is it, mister?
There's somebody coming up the mountain.
Look, Frank, look, it's the engine. He's got 2 horses, and they're both loaded down with food.
Good work, Tonto. You brought the food up the mountain even faster than I thought you would. Wallace.
Here, masked man.
Now listen to this. Tonto, is the snow melting down below?
Maybe the wagon get through.
Oh, no use, engine. Mister, we'd have took the wagon down great long ago. But all the oxen are buried under that avalanche. We ain't got nothing to pull the wagon with.
Now, we have these 2 horses, Seaton. Silver and Scout. Come on, Silver. We're going to hitch you to that wagon.
You come too, Scout.
Paul, the masked man's got it figured. We can do it. That wagon will hold everyone.
You'll be crowded in, but that's better than staying up here.
Some of you men bring what food there is left. Load it in the wagon. Hurry.
Scout and Silver hitched up, Kimosabe.
Good. Now, Miss Jane, you ride the brake. Keep the wagon from sliding too much.
I'll do that, masked man.
Wallace, the rest of the men throw ropes over the tailboard. If the wagon gets rolling too fast, they can hold it back by digging their heels into the ground.
You just hear that? Get busy.
Yeah, I'll get to that, Mr. Wallace.
We're all set, masked man. What do you want me to do?
You see that Barber doesn't get loose from his ropes. When we get down below, he goes to a sheriff.
He won't get loose. Masked man.
Well?
Just between you and me and the engine. Are you sure we'll get down as you appear to be? I tried to get to California once, but...
Wallace, you'll get to California because you'll try again.
That's right.
We're getting you down out of the mountains. You can depend on that, just as sure as you're born. Come on, Silver. Lean into the traces.
She's rolling. She's rolling. We're on our way.
Get him up, Scout! Hi-yo, Silver! Hey!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Stay tuned next for the adventures of Superman.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. In our last episode, we learned how young Pug Flanagan, in a daring attempt to help Kent and Jimmy Olsen escape from the cabin where they were held by a foreign agent, climbed down a rope suspended over the side of the ship, armed only with a nail and a rubber band. Fortunately, the cabin's porthole was open. Clinging to the swaying rope, Pug shot the nail at the single light bulb burning in the cabin, shattering it into a million fragments and throwing the room into darkness. Shots rang out as Kent, making use of the dark to become Superman, hurled himself at the foreign agent. Meanwhile, Pug, his work done, started up the rope hand over hand. But the shots had reached the ears of the agent's henchman, a man named Hunt, stationed on deck. Quickly, he ran to the rail where Pug had tied one end of the rope. In the glare of a flashlight, he recognized Pug climbing up. Whipping out a knife, he began to hack at the strands, trying to cut the rope. Listen.
You, boy, no use climbing any higher. I am cutting the rope.
No.
And when I do, you will drop into the sea.
Please.
Too late, my boy. There it goes.
Lightning cleaves the black sky and thunder crashes as Pug, unable to swim, drops like a plummet into the raging, storm-swept sea. But through the open porthole of the agent's cabin, Superman's keen hearing catches Pug's last screaming call for help, recognizes it. In an instant, he is on deck, muscles tense, X-ray eyes searching the darkness. A shadowed figure runs across the deck, but faster than light, Superman follows him, clutches his arm.
Just a minute. I heard a cry for help. Where's that boy, Pug?
Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Answer my question.
Yes. Here's your answer. Oh. And broken.
Answer my question. Where's that boy?
You're killing me. You're crushing my ribs.
Talk and talk fast.
He went overboard.
Where? Which side of the boat?
Stop it. Out.
I'll be back to take care of you. I don't know whether I can find poor Pug in all this storm, but I've got to try. He's on the surface, but all he can't have floated far. Up! Up! And away!
Like some giant bird, Superman wings out over the dark, turbulent waters, red cloak streaming in the wind, sharp eyes scanning the surface of the sea for some sign of Pug. Jagged bolts of lightning rip across the blackened sky, followed by the crashing boom of thunder. Battling the elements as no one else could, Superman circles closer and closer to the wind-tossed water. Each second carries him further and further away from the ship. Hope begins to wane. Pug is gone. And then suddenly...
What's that directly below me? A piece of driftwood? No, it's Pug. He's going under. Down, down. Okay, Pug. I've got you. He's unconscious. Better get him back to the ship in a hurry. Up, up, and away!
He said the ship was going to be sunk in 10 minutes. Then suddenly I saw a face at the porthole. There was a crash of glass and the light went out. That's when he fired those shots.
And this face at the porthole, you do not know who it was?
No, Captain Estero. It all happened too fast.
Well, there is one thing of which we can be certain. Those two will not bother us. They are safe in Ireland.
But what about Clark Kent and Pug? They've disappeared.
I think we will find them someplace on the ship.
What about being sunk by a torpedo?
If we are hit, there is only one thing to do. Take to the boat.
In this storm?
What else is there? Come. We will find Senor Kent and this boy you call Pug.
You don't have to look very far, Captain.
Well, Mr. Kent.
I'm happy to see you, Senor.
What happened, Mr. Kent? I thought sure that guy killed you. When the light went out, his gun was pointing right at your chest. How did you escape?
Well, I guess it was bad marksmanship on his part, Jim. How are the Barringtons?
Miss Barrington fainted, but she's all right now.
Oh.
Her father's with her in her cabin. Have you seen Pug?
Yes, he's safe and sound. That's what brought me up on deck in such a hurry. I heard Pug cry for help. One of our foreign friends was trying to throw him overboard. Incidentally, what happened to that pair?
They are both in irons, senor.
Oh, good. Now we can relax for a while.
Oh, no, we can't. Not if we're going to be torpedoed.
Jim, you'd better go down to the cabin and stay with Pug. Captain Estero and I will watch things up here.
Oh, gee, can't I be with you?
Well, Pug's alone in the cabin. And after what he did, I think he deserves some attention.
What do you mean?
Well, it was Pug who lowered himself over the side of the ship and broke that electric light bulb.
No kidding.
That's right.
Boy, then he deserves more than attention. He deserves a medal. I'll go right down to him. In case anything happens, call me.
I will.
A very nice boy, senor.
Jimmy? Oh, he's tough. Now, look, Captain. Jimmy's probably told you everything, including the possibility this ship may be torpedoed.
See, but what I am to do, senor? Shall I give orders to turn back?
I don't think that would help. I suspect the submarine lying in wait for us won't attack without a signal. If, as you say, the two men are in irons, there will be no signal. All we can do is watch and hope.
Meanwhile, in the darkness of a forward hold, 3 decks below, a hushed voice rises above the sound of the ship's engine.
Listen. Yeah? You said some time ago that we have another man on board.
Yeah, in the engine room.
You think he will have enough sense to find out where we are?
How can I tell?
I still do not understand what happened.
I told you that young swine, the skinny one, climbed down a rope and threw something into the porthole. I caught him and cut the rope. At least we accounted for one of them.
What good does it do us? Without our signal, Miller will not attack. We've got to get loose and free of these chains.
You're wasting your time. Relax.
Sure. What difference does it make to you? This is my mission. I'm responsible for its success. Do you know what will happen to me if I fail?
Quiet. Someone comes.
Yeah, here.
I could not come sooner.
What have you brought?
A hacksaw. It's all I could find.
Quickly. Start on this chain. Between my hands.
Yeah.
Can't you go any faster? You think we have all night?
Do the best I can.
What is doing on the ship?
I do not know. I heard you were in irons. I come as soon as I could. Yeah, there, it's through.
All right. Give me the saw.
Yeah.
I'll do the rest myself. Go back to the engine room. We don't want anyone looking for you.
Yeah, well.
When you hear the sound of a gun being fired, come at once to the lower deck, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Now go. Hold your arms out, Hans. In 5 minutes, we'll both be free.
Go ahead, Pug. What happened after that?
Well, when I did, the guy who was making out he was an old lady. I figured something was wrong in his tub.
Yeah, there was plenty wrong. 2 foreign agents had us cornered in their cabin.
Well, I didn't know that, but I knew something was rotten in Denmark. So I got me a hunk of rope, tied it to the rail, and went over the side. I'm telling you, Jim, when I saw you and Mr. Kent standing there with that guy pointing a gun at you, I nearly passed out. Boy, I want to
Wait a
tell
minute,
you...
Pug.
Huh?
Someone at the door.
He's trying to open it.
Get under the bed. Maybe the man who threw you overboard. I'll get into bed.
He's asleep, Ham. Yeah. You didn't bother him. No. Come on. We go to the forward deck and give the signal. Yeah.
I do not think you will see any light, Senor Kent. No submarine in these waters would carry lights.
No, probably not. I thought I heard the purr of a motor launch.
Huh?
Jimmy, I thought I... Pug, what are you doing here?
Mr. Kent, those 2 men, the agents, they got loose.
What?
No, it cannot be.
That's what I thought, but they came into our cabin. I made believe I was asleep.
Yes?
They said they were going to show a signal on the lower deck at the forward part of the ship.
Hey, look. What's that light?
Flashing on and off. That must be them.
I will put an end to that.
No. No, Captain. Leave them alone.
You're not going to let us get torpedoed, Mr. Kent.
Listen. Hear that motorboat?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it.
It's going to pick them up.
But see, what are we standing here for?
We must stop them, senor.
What's that?
A gun fired across our bow. In order to heave to. Don't pay any attention to it.
Senor.
Trust me, Captain. I forgot to tell you, boys, that we have a visitor on board. A friend of yours, Jimmy.
Friend of mine?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, have you been holding out on me?
I don't get you, Mr. Kent.
Superman is on board, Jim.
Superman?
No kidding.
Where is he?
Waiting to take care of these murderers in his own way. You two stand here at the rail so you can see the show. Captain, I'd like you to go up on the bridge and shine your searchlight across the water amidships.
But, senor, this is most unusual.
I know, but it's the best way.
Very well, I will do it.
Oh, where are you going, Mr. Kent?
Tell Superman we're ready. The launch is on its way back to the submarine. Now, don't move from this spot no matter what happens.
What do you think's going to happen, Jim? Gosh, I don't know. It's all kind of strange. What if something goes wrong? Well, nothing can go wrong with Superman around. You know, I don't get this Superman business. How does the guy know where to find it? Look, the searchlight's on. Oh, it sure lights things up. There's us up. I can see it. Look, Jim. I see it. And I see something else, too. What? That white streak in the water. It's a torpedo coming right at us. Oh, it can't be. I tell you it is. Look, it's right in the path of the light now. We're going to be hit. Jim, up there in the sky, look. It's Superman. He's diving down. Down to the water. Look at him, like a bullet. What's he going to do? Watch him. He's going after that torpedo. Look, he's got us. Pug, do you see what I see? He's turning the torpedo around, sending it back at the submarine. There it goes. Right into the submarine.
And so another Superman adventure ends with the enemies of law and order getting a taste of their own medicine. But there's bound to be something doing when Clark Kent, Jimmy, and their newfound friend, Pug Flanagan, return to Metropolis. So be with us when we begin a new, even more thrilling adventure with Superman.
Tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Stay tuned next for a movie trailer.
Twentieth Century Fox is on the air with a preview of its latest miracle musical comedy, The Great American Broadcast.
This is the Great American Broadcast. For millions and millions to hear. In every village and town, in every city and state, for every fellow and gal, for every man and his mate. This is the Great American Broadcast. Bringing a song of good cheer. Strike up the band, let the music start. Tune in the north and the south. Tune in the east and the west. Tune in on every American.
The Great American Broadcast is a thrilling cavalcade of the mightiest moments in the romantic rise of radio, and the story of the lives and loves, heartbreak and happiness of those who contributed to its greatness. Starred in this production are the Tin Pan Alley Trio: Alice Faye, who will keep you humming; Jack Oakey, who will keep you laughing; John Payne, romancing; and Cesar Romero, who will keep you guessing. With Mary Beth Hughes and a host of top radio, recording, and dance stars, headed by James Newell, the singing star of the Ford Sunday Hour; the four Ink Spots, famous radio and recording artists; the Nicholas Brothers, the dance stars of Down Argentine Way; and the Weir Brothers, comedy sensations of the Folies Bergère. And now our radio show gets underway with Alice Faye, joined by Jack Oakey and John Payne, singing I Take to You, one of the 7 new Gordon and Warren songs that are in the picture.
Like a duck takes to water, like the flowers take to dew, like a Latin takes to a Latin quarter, I take to you. Like a fish takes to swimming, like the Irish take to stew, like a sultan takes to a flock of women, I take to you. Like a kid takes to fable, and like a boogeyman to boo. Like a sick-filled baby takes to sables, I take to you. Like a dove takes to cooing,
And like a sneeze takes to kerchoo.
like a good girl takes to nothing doing, I take to you.
Like your mother takes to your dad on payday.
I take to you. Like a redhead takes to
Anna.
Yeah, and like a monkey takes to a
Zoo.
Like a Strauss waltz takes to old Vienna,
I I take to you like sweet and low.
And yes and no. And golly gosh, you know, gee.
They all go together, and honey, so do we.
Like a shot takes two traders, and like the French do parlez-vous. Like a sailor takes to a whole maiden.
I take to you.
Yes, indeed, ta-da.
Indeed I do.
Oh, you're a sweetie.
Ta-da.
We've been taken by you.
I repeat it.
Like a hoot owl takes to who.
I take to you.
When we listen to singing and sound like that, we forget all about the early days of the radio. But the start of the great American broadcast deals with a time when radio was young. Chuck, played by Jack Oakey, is an amateur who has great faith in the future of radio. Let's listen in on a scene from the picture in which he tries to interest Rick Martin, played by John Payne.
Come over here. I'll show you a transmitter. Look at that. I got through to a guy in Passaic, New Jersey last night. I don't mean cold either. Was the voice.
You did, huh?
Yeah. There's a bunch of us guys around the country, amateurs. You know, we just get a kick out of listening to one another.
Sounds like kid stuff to me.
Kid stuffed my eye. You like to listen to a phonograph, don't you?
Oh, it's not too loud.
Well, that's just a machine. But when you throw the human voice on over the air, boy, you got something.
What's the difference? You can't see who's doing it.
What's the difference? Come with me. I'll show you what the difference is. Come here.
Now for Chuck's big demonstration. Rix listens while Chuck sings one of the favorite memory songs of that day. Give My Regards to Broadway.
Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Harold Square. Tell all that gang at 42nd Street that I will soon be there. Whisper of how I'm yearning to mingle with the old-time throng. Give my regards to old Broadway and say that I'll be there and young.
Included in the long list of specialty artists presented in the great American broadcast are the famous radio and recording stars, the Four Ink Spots. Here they are with one of the old but ever popular favorites that they do in the picture, Alabama Bound.
I'm Alabama bound, wow, wow, my hometown, wow, wow, man on earth, all I'm worth, to put my touches in an upper berth, to hear that choo-choo sound, wow, wow, my hometown, wow, wow, holler so, world will know, I'm Alabama bound, yeah. Wow, holler so, world will know, I'm Alabama bound, wow, wow.
Now let's get back to the story. Rick Martin not only becomes interested in Chuck's radio, but when he sees Chuck's girlfriend, Vicky, played by Alice Faye, it's love at first sight. For Chuck's sake, they try to avoid each other, but on the eve of one of their first broadcasts, they meet again and bow to the inevitable. Our scene opens with Vicky in Rick's arms just after their first kiss.
I've been wanting to do that for a long time.
Well, I guess I've been wanting you to for a long time.
Maybe that's why we fight so much, huh?
Oh, how I wanted to sock you.
Now I wanted to break your neck.
Well, why didn't you? What are we going to do about this?
We'll have to tell Chuck.
I'll tell him.
We'll both tell him.
After that romantic scene, Alice is inspired to sing one of the picture's torch songs, Long Ago Last Night.
It happened long ago last night. We were alone. Do you remember? Stars in the sky were shining bright. You held me in your arms and said, I love you.
soul. Remember long ago, last night. It was so wonderful. Then in the moment of surrender, deep in your eyes I saw the light. We made a promise, you and I alone will know that moment long ago. Last night. Remember long ago.
Vicky and the boys are still trying to put over radio as entertainment, but so far they've had little success. Here the three of them are together in a later scene from the picture as Rix gets his big idea.
All we need is an angle, an idea, something to sell it to the entire country. And I've got it. Children, we're going to broadcast the Willard Dempsey fight. Think of it. A ringside seat, free, a blow-by-blow description right at the very moment it's happening. All you have to do is close your eyes and listen.
Hey, that's an idea.
You said it.
Say, you're the guy with ideas, ain't you? Well, that's marvelous. It's ironical. I can see the whole thing.
We can't show you the Willard Dempsey fight, which is one of the dramatic highlights of the great American broadcast, but we can bring back the four ink spots to sing one of the Gordon and Warren songs, I've Got a Bone to Pick with You.
I've got a bone to pick with you for the way you always pick on me and for acting so indifferently. Now why can't you be sweet? Do I deserve such treatment? I got a bone to pick with you for the many, many things you do. Now when we're Central Parking on a moonlit night, I pick a bitch, you pick a fight. Fun is fun, but baby, you know that ain't right. That's no way to pick on me. Yeah, yes, 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 yes. Oh, you dirty dog, yeah.
I got a bone to pick with you a little bit.
What did I done?
Done the way you always picking on me.
I don't bother you.
That's the trouble, trying to act so indifferently.
Stop talking in big words.
How come you can't be
What do you
sweet?
mean? Do
I deserve that kind of treatment?
I'll be sweet, sugar.
I reiterate, I got a bone to pick.
I ain't got a shame after.
About all them little meany things you've been doing.
I stay home every night.
Yeah, but with who? Treat you right, you just won't play fair.
You can't prove that.
Better watch yourself.
What you mean?
You're liable to get the air.
Yeah.
You know how you're going to end
How's
up
that?
in a rocking chair.
Oh, the way you pick, oh, you make me sick. It's a dirty trick, the way you pick on me.
Stop picking, woman.
I ain't doing nothing.
Every romantic picture has its love song. And since this is no exception, Alice Faye is joined by John Payne and the four ink spots in singing Where You Are.
Where you are, that's where I want to be. For where you are is paradise for me.
When you are near, my world is in its glory. But when you're away, well,
that's another story. Oh, darling, wherever you are becomes my treasure isle. For my lucky star is hiding in your smile.
if you should ever leave me,
Then should you find you care, just tell me where you are.
once again we hear the stirring voice of James Newell singing the title song from the picture, The Great American Broadcast.
This is the great American broadcast. For millions and millions to hear. Strike up the band. Tune in the north and the south. Tune in the east and the west. Tune in on
Indiana,
Louisiana,
Minnesota,
North Dakota. Coast to coast on every American.
The motion picture rises to new heights to tell the triumphant story of radio as the great American broadcast comes to the screen. It's a perfect blending of beauty, drama, comedy, romance, and song with a host of screen, radio, and recording stars headed by Alice Faye, Jack Oakley, John Payne, Cesar Romero, Mary Beth Hughes, James Newell, the Four Ink Spots, the Nicholas Brothers, and the Weir Brothers, directed by Archie Mayo. You'll thrill to the great American broadcast.
Stay tuned next for news commentary.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fulton Lewis Jr. speaking from the studios of WOL in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. The confusion and mystery about what the government's policy is to be, so far as active participation in the War of the Atlantic, seems to be getting even nearer to a showdown and a solution tonight, even nearer than ever before. Perhaps before this weekend is over even, there may be some clarification, something clear and definite on the subject from the President. It's possible that there might have been something today, except for the fact that the President still is running a fraction of a degree of fever. Because of his stomach upset, he's confined to his bed, and the usual Friday news conference was canceled for that reason. In any event, the President is scheduled to make a radio speech next Wednesday night before the Pan American Union here. And the reports from the cloakrooms at the Capitol are that he will clarify the situation at that time. And it does seem to need some clarification because once again last night, one of his cabinet officers, Secretary of Agriculture Claude Wickard, who happens to be one of the ablest, most level-headed figures in the administration, again pounded away on the necessity for more direct assistance to Great Britain. He said that in all fairness, if we are planning to give the British only half-hearted assistance, we should let them know now instead of leading them along with false hopes. On the other hand, the information still stands that the President himself is supposed to be completely opposed to convoying ships with the American Navy. Every report that comes from the White House insists that the President is determined not to enter the war on an active naval basis. And so the puzzle still stands as to whether the President is changing his mind without telling his confidants, whether he has decided that as much as he dislikes the idea of American participation, it is necessary, and therefore he is having these cabinet officers as spokesmen go ahead of him to try to establish a path of public opinion. Some members of Congress, and very important ones, well-informed ones, believe that that is what is happening. Or whether, on the other hand, the cabinet members are merely expressing their own personal views, are not really representing the president in what they are saying. There are some political bystanders who say that he is allowing the cabinet members complete freedom to say what they please in an effort to get public reaction to find out what the nation really does want to do. One member of his cabinet, Secretary of State Cordell Hull, rather went out of his way today to make it clear that Senator Claude Pepper of Florida was not speaking for the government in his address in the Senate several days ago. The one you recall in which Senator Pepper recommended an expeditionary force to seize Greenland, the Azores, the Canary Islands, the port of Singapore in the Far East. Secretary Hull went even so far as to state today definitely that the State Department and the government in general does not adhere nor agree with that policy. The President's Secretary, Mr. Stephen T. Early, took a hand in the controversy about how much of the Lend-Lease materials are being sent to the bottom en route to the British Isles. You're well aware, of course, of the letter which Admiral Land, the chairman of the Maritime Commission, sent to Senator Vandenberg of Michigan day before yesterday, a letter in which he said that the amount is negligible. You also remember that late yesterday afternoon, Admiral Land backed down on that a little after complaints in London. He had said the night before that his figures were based on information which he believed to be complete. Yesterday afternoon, he explained that the sinkings he had listed in his letter were reported sinkings, and that there was reason to believe that the actual sinkings were somewhat higher than the figures that were reported. Mr. Early said today that if there appears to be any discrepancy in Admiral Land's statement as compared with the statements in London, it is because the Maritime Commission figures were based only on newspaper dispatches and the losses reported therein, and the news dispatches are not complete. Just to keep the record straight, Admiral Land said last night that his statistics were taken from reports by the press and other public sources of information. I thought perhaps you'd want to know, after looking back and getting that quote directly, I thought you'd want to know just what those other public sources are. So I did a bit of digging today to try to find out where the Maritime Commission does get information on ships that are sunk, aside from getting it through the press. And I find that there are half a dozen very important sources covered by that term, other public sources. To begin with, there's Lloyd's of London, which has a very heavy interest in shipping from an investment as well as an insurance standpoint. There's the Maritime Exchange in New York City, which keeps constant track of all ships. The American Bureau of Shipping and the Merchant Marine Insurance Company. All of those and numerous others have their own sources of information about ships that leave one port and fail to arrive at another port, because most of them have a very heavy financial interest in virtually every ship that leaves an American seaport. And with all due respect to good old Steve Early, the Maritime Commission does have reports from all of those sources as well as from the press. In the meantime, Senator George of Georgia, slender, distinguished, very, very cultured gentleman who is chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the man who was in charge of the Lend-Lease bill when it went through the Senate, who is in charge of all administration measures in the Senate that affect foreign policy, Senator George stepped forward today with a move to try to clear up the confusion in a sound, feet-on-the-ground sort of way. He said in his slow, kindly Georgia voice that the facts in this controversy are absolutely essential to any decisions that we may make from this time on in determining foreign policy. He told me that if 40% of the American Lend-Lease materials are being sunk on their way across the Atlantic, that is one thing to consider. And if only 4% are being sunk, or if nothing at all is being sunk, that's quite another thing to consider. If it is 40%, he said, we certainly should not be deciding our course in helping Great Britain on the supposition that there are no losses at all. And if there are no losses at all, we certainly shouldn't be basing our decisions on the false premise that 40% of our Lend-Lease materials are going to the bottom. The truth, he said, is all important in the Senate consideration of the legislation that's coming up next week, legislation to permit the President to commandeer foreign ships that are tied up in American ports. It's a very essential factor in deciding whether to grant that authority, and whether to grant the authority for those ships to be turned over to the British after they are commandeered by the President. It also is essentially said, in considering the proposal by Senator Toby of New Hampshire, one which Senator Toby says that he is going to force a vote on, the proposal to forbid the president to use the Navy for convoy purposes. And so Senator George told me he has taken steps to get official, authentic information as to just what the British shipping losses in the North Atlantic are in terms of real fact. He said that he's not making his request for those figures to the British Embassy direct. I rather gathered from what he said that he's asking the State Department to get the information as accurately as possible from the British government, that being the proper procedure, and for the State Department then to deliver it to the Foreign Relations Committee in secrecy if that's necessary. Now, in the meantime, the Senate went through another day of comic opera controversy today on the question of the contest over the senatorial vacancy from West Virginia and which of two gentlemen is supposed to fill it. I might mention that aside from the rather laughable details in this debate, the argument about how long is an instant, there is one young figure in the Senate who, in a serious way, has won a great deal of respect for himself for his ability in this debate, and that is the smiling, good-natured, very quick-tongued Senator Happy Chandler of Kentucky. He has been leading the fight on one side of this question and doing the job almost single-handed. It's his first big job, and he's made a real success of it. All day yesterday, all day today, he's been carrying on the duel almost single-handed. And there are not very many people in Senate history who've ever come on the floor to handle any debate, right or wrong, who have known their case quite as well as Senator Chandler has known this one. He not only knows his own side of the argument, but he seems to have shown time and again in the last 2 days that he knows the opposition side better than most of the opposition knows it. They've been citing cases there for 2 days, cases that were offered as precedents, and Senator Chandler has seemed to know the cases better than they knew them themselves. As you know, this is a factional fight within the Democratic Party as to whether the former governor, Holt of West Virginia, or the present governor, Neely, had the right to fill the Senate vacancy. That vacancy is one that Senator Neely himself produced when he resigned to become governor. Part of the Senate says that he does have the legal right to resign and then, as governor, appoint his own successor. The rest of the Senate says that he does not have the right. And finally, little Senator O'Mahony of Wyoming got so weary of the whole argument this afternoon that he proposed that the Senate turn down both appointees and allow the people of West Virginia to hold a special election to decide which one they prefer. And then we have various other bits of news. The Prime Minister of Australia was here today. He held a news conference. He said that Great Britain will win the war in the long run, but the length of time that it takes to win depends upon one thing, and that is how soon Britain will be in a position to drop 2 tons of bombs on Germany for every 1 ton that Germany can drop on Britain. He said very positively that it is not enough for any country involved in the crusade to stop Hitler to make an 80% total effort in support of Great Britain. It is necessary, he said, for all nations involved to make a 100% effort. The Senate Finance Committee gave its unanimous approval today to a bill by Senator Vandenberg of Michigan. He seems to be splashing into the news quite a little in the last few days, that let the Republic of Finland postpone its war debt payment due on June the 15th. It allows Finland to pass up the payment that's due at that time and instead to add the amount that would be paid on June the 15th in 40 different installments to the payments that come 40 times thereafter. The President asked Congress today for about $62 million to build about 150 additional landing fields all over the country to take care of the vital needs of aviation, the crying needs of aviation that have become due as a result of the tremendous increase in flying as a result of the Army and Navy pilot training program. And these are in addition, by the way, to 250 other new ones which already have been appropriated for and most of which already are under construction. Airfields like radio stations, like railroad stations, have definite limitations as to how many landings and takeoffs they can handle in a given period of time. Many of the fields already in existence already are seriously crowded, and so this request today. But that's the top of the news as it looks from here, ladies and gentlemen. Until Monday evening, good night.
Fulton Lewis Jr. may be heard again Monday evening at this same hour. These commentaries on the day's news originate in the studios of WOL in the nation's capital. Frank Blair speaking.
Stay tuned next for Information Please.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, you get a chance to test yourself against Lucky Strike's quartet of quizzery and quippery. For every question we use, Lucky Strike pays out $10 plus a copy of the new Information Please quiz book. If your question stumps us, you get $25 more, plus a 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. And I'll light up a Lucky Strike as I present our master of ceremonies, the literary critic of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please continues in its regular groove, completely carefree and unrehearsed. And tonight, our carefree board consists of the eminent sports and nature maestro, John Kieran, the New York Post's conning tower man, the lyrical Franklin P. Adams, the quintuple threat composer, Oscar Levant, and as our guest of honor, an American whom we are glad to salute, Lieutenant Commander Gene Tunney, U.S. Navy. Remember, for each question missed, Lucky Strike rings up $25. And that's paid out to the sender, plus 24 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Well, gentlemen, suppose we start this evening with a question coming from Stanley Woodward of this city. How are these feminine names associated with sports? None of them is Jean, Mr. Tunney. This is not a setup. The first is Mary Ann. How is that associated with sports? Mary Ann. Mr. Tunney.
Frank Moran's right-hand blow, Mary Ann blow.
That's right. Why was it called that?
Well, he took the name. There was a fighter from Australia 40 or 50 years ago called Australian Bill Murphy, who was the first man to coin that term of Mary Ann for a right-hand wallop. And Frank Moran took it from that old-timer.
He could be a sports expert, Mr. Kieran, couldn't he?
He is.
If the occasion demands.
And argue with him.
Now, the next feminine name is Daisy. Daisy. How is that associated with sports in any way? Mr. Tunney again had his hand up first.
When a blow is landed, it's a daisy, a good clean blow on a fellow's chin. They call that was a daisy.
I suppose that would be true, but I think there's a closer association, not necessarily with boxing, by the way.
No. Baseball.
Wasn't there a man named Daisy Hooper? What makes me say that?
I don't know. Slightest idea, the things that come into your head. Mr. Kieran, did you have an idea?
Why Daisy Hooper?
Well, the term is used generally in sports, but it's used in baseball.
Yes, as Mr. Tunney said. I suppose any good hit or blow is a daisy. Wasn't it applied to Dazzy Vance's breakaway pitch, Mr. Kern?
No.
Mr. Kern?
No. It may have been, but it's quite specious.
Really? You mean I'll have to cross this off my card?
No, Mr. Woodward's on the Tribune. You better let him get away with anything he wants.
Well, apparently, according to Mr. Woodward, Daisy was Dazzy Vance's breakaway pitch. He called it Daisy, and when he was in the South, they called it Dazzy, sort of slurred over the...
I was going to say it's a bad pronunciation, or one of it is. I always call it Dazzy.
There it is. Well, that's how he got to be known as Dazzy. I think if Mr. Woodward is correct, you gentlemen are wrong.
That's right.
How about, which is what I call quick thinking, how about Calamity Jane? How does that apply in sports? Mr. Kieran.
Calamity Jane, I believe, was the name of the putter with which Bobby Jones achieved a good deal of fame on the links.
Yes, that's exactly right. Apparently he won his Big Four golf championships with it. But that gives us 2 out of 3 and sends us on to the next question, which comes from Mr. Wilcott
And a good
Gibbs.
joke on Woodward.
Well, here's this boy is from my own little bailiwick. Mr. Wilcott Gibbs of New York and of the New Yorker sends the following question in. Get 3 out of 4, if you can, on this one. In what weight class was the fighter in each of these stories? Now, the first story is Bernard Shaw's novel, Cashel Byron's Profession. What weight?
Heavyweight.
At a heavyweight?
Yes.
Don't think so. Can you prove it, Mr.
Yes,
Tunney?
the story is about a young Englishman that went to Australia and had taken boxing in England as a gentleman sportsman, and then got on his uppers and went to sweeping out his gymnasium.
Yeah, we've got everything right.
That's why he's a heavyweight.
And he was a heavyweight. But he won the heavyweight championship of Australia, and then was to fight for the heavyweight championship of the world.
And was he actually a heavyweight? Did he have enough poundage on him to be a heavyweight, or did he fight out of his class?
Well, he could have fought out of his class. I don't remember his exact poundage, but he did fight for the championship of the world.
I have a quote here from Mr. Shaw. I have never been beaten, says Cashel Byron in Mr. Shaw's novel, I have never been beaten, although I am only a middleweight. I have stood up with the best 14-stone men in the States or in England. Now, it's possible that as a middleweight, he stood up against a heavyweight.
That was a great saying of Bob Fitzsimmons. He was supposed to have said, the first thing he was supposed to have said after he defeated Jim Corbett for the heavyweight championship, and I'm only a bleeding middleweight.
Well, you've outpointed me, Mr. Tunney. Okay. Now, how about the weight class of Golden Boy? Golden Boy, Mr. Levant.
Lightweight.
Lightweight, yes.
Joe Bonaparte.
Good enough. 133 pounds. Golden Boy is a play, Mr. Levant.
Clifford Odets.
Clifford Odets. And the weight of the character in Hemingway's story, 50 grand.
A welterweight.
Mr. Tunney, welterweight is right. How do you remember that?
Well, I remember the story.
Very good. Remember the exact poundage?
Yeah, he had... Hemingway made only one mistake, and a technical mistake in that story, and a technical mistake in that story, and a technical mistake in that story.
Be careful, he's pretty good himself, Mr. Tunney.
He is pretty good, but he had the fighter, the challenger, going in to have his dinner on his way to the fight club. That is not done.
That's wrong. And the weight of the character in Hemingway's story was 143 pounds, a welterweight, as Tunney says.
He took the story from Mickey Walker and Jack Britton.
Oh, he didn't make the story?
He fictionized that.
That's
novelized that fight.
I never knew that. Now, how about Kid Galahad? What weight class? Mr. Levant.
He was a heavyweight.
He was heavyweight. What?
Wayne Morris played him, and he's quite fat.
Well, we prefer to say, what should we, let's use a better word.
Heavy.
Quite fat. Heavy, yes.
Heavy
Solid.
going.
Solid is the word. Heavyweight, in the movie Kid Galahad. That gives us 3 out of 4.
By Frank Wallace.
I didn't know that.
Frank Wallace.
Good enough. How about this one from Joan Smith of New York City? This is a news event question. What news event of this week do the following bring to mind? Get 3 out of 4 if you can. Throne regained after 5 years and 3 days.
Haile Selassie.
Haile Selassie, yes, has regained the Ethiopian throne. Salary changed from $50,000 per year to $21 a month. Mr. Kieran.
Give that to Oscar.
Gee, you're generous.
Well, it might be too prophetic, but I'll take it. It's Mr. Greenberg. Henry Greenberg.
Yes.
Hank Greenberg. Greenberg.
It's clear. We've got 3 Greenbergs now.
And today's paper said 55,000.
Oh, he's been raised since he got in the Army. He was inducted into the Army this week. 3 lack confidence. What news event does that call to mind? 3 lack confidence. Mr. Adams. So far, so good.
Senator Nye?
No. Even that only makes 1.
If he isn't one of them, I give up.
He isn't one of them. 3 lack confidence. If I put it another way, I'm sure you'd
He
get
isn't
it.
the board on information.
I beg pardon?
The board on information.
No, I think you're doing very well. If I say 447 have confidence, would that make it easier for you? Mr. Tunney?
Yes, the Congress on their vote on
Oh, you're quick and wrong, Mr. Tunney, this time. Mr. Kieran.
The British House of Parliament.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, House of Commons. He gave a vote of confidence to Mr. Churchill. Well, that's one wrong. We have to get the next one right. Prime Minister arrives in the United States. What news event, Mr. Levant?
Is that Prime Minister Menzies?
Yes. Of what?
Of Australia.
Of Australia. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Tunney and Mr. Levant. Now, how about this one from Otto E. Schmidt of Amelia, Ohio? Again, get 2 out of 3. This is a Shakespeare question. According to Shakespeare, what is woman's name? What is woman's name? Mr. Kieran.
Frailty.
Frailty. Can you give us a line or so?
Frailty, thy name is woman.
Good. That's right.
From Hamlet.
From Hamlet. Thank you, Mr.
By
Kieran.
any other name arose.
Mixing your plays. According to Shakespeare, what is not as deep as a well? What is not as deep as a well? Mr. Kieran again.
Well, that was a wound that was received by Mercutio, I believe.
That's
not
perfect.
as deep as a well, nor as wide as a church door, but 'twill serve.
That's right. Thank you. That was nice you coming on the end there that way, Mr. Adams. I like that. According to Shakespeare, what is named the jewel of their souls? What is named the jewel of their souls? That's a hard one.
The immediate jewel.
The immediate jewel, yes. But what is it, Mr. Adams? Mr. Kieran.
Isn't that honor?
Well, it's something like it. It's something like it.
Dishonor?
No.
Truth.
No. It's something very much like honor. Good name. Good name. Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. What's it from, Mr. Kieran, remember?
Othello.
Othello is exactly right, yes. Othello is exactly right. Good for you. That gives us 2 3/4 out of 3.
That's the thing that was not filched.
That is the thing that was not filched, yes. And it goes on, who steals my purse steals trash. How about this from Hawley Mason of San Jacinto, California? Under the Marquis of Queensberry rules, you say Marquis, Mr. Tunney, not Marquis, don't you?
Marquis.
Marquis, yes. Under the Marquis of Queensberry rules, say Queensberry, don't you? Queensberry. Under the Marquis of Queensberry rules...
Marquis is somebody's husband.
Everybody's husband. Under the Marquis of Queensberry rules, it's going to be a good question if I can ever get to it. What United States heavyweight champion won and lost his championship outside of the United States, and where? Both won and lost it outside, and where? Oh, we have several hands. Mr. Kieran.
Jack Johnson won it from Tommy Burns in Sydney, Australia, and lost it to that big...
Jess Willard.
Jess Willard in Havana, Cuba.
That's perfect, Mr. Kieran. Thank you very much.
In the 19th round.
Oh, did you know all this, Mr.
I'm wrong. 26th round.
Oscar, you want to be careful with Mr. Tunney.
He won it in the 14th.
If I'm going to be
in the 26th.
If I'm going to be frightened of him, I may as well talk about it.
Now, what heavyweight champion won his title in the longest bout and lost it in the shortest? Won it in the longest and lost it in the shortest.
Is that one of those 72-round fights?
No, this is under Marquis of Queensberry rule. This is not when they were fighting bare hand. Mr. Tunney.
No, Jim Corbett, no, he didn't lose it in the shortest. He won it in 27 rounds.
This is a man who did both. Won it in the longest and lost it in the shortest. Mr. Adams.
John L. Sullivan.
You just picked that up out of a hat.
I just picked it up, yes.
I've
heard of very few of these gentlemen.
Oh, I know.
Mr. Kieran?
Jess Willard.
Yes, Jess Willard.
I was going to say that.
I know you were, Mr. Levant. Why didn't I ask you?
Because you don't like me. The whole country knows it.
I love you. I'll write you a letter. Funny, I've never liked a man as much as I do Mr. Levant, except a half hour every week. Jess Willard is exactly right, as my dear friend Mr. Levant and Mr. Kieran said. Beat Johnson in 26 rounds in Havana and lost to Dempsey in Toledo in 1919 when he failed to come out for the 4th round. That's right. Now, what heavyweight champion won and lost the championship in less than 12 months? I think there are 2 answers here. My dear friend, Mr. Levant.
Why don't you call him Mr. Tunney, who can kill me? It's either Max Baer or Carnera.
It's both. Mm-hmm. Well, you're wonderful this evening, Mr. Levant. I've never seen you sparkle.
Well, that wasn't the golden age of boxing, and that was when I was around.
That's quite correct. Carnera or Baer would be the answer to that question. This one from Gertrude C. Baker of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And by the way, I'd like to stump some of you gentlemen, if it were at all possible. This one asks you the following. Who in literature asked for music in this way? Now, in the first case, the character said, no accounting for tastes. Sing her turtle soup, will you, old fellow? Who said it? Mr. Kieran.
That's in Alice in Wonderland.
It is.
I've forgotten that's where that song of the evening, turtle soup, comes in.
That's
Beautiful
right.
soup,
That's
soup
right.
of the evening.
That's right.
Well, the walrus and the carpenter.
Mr. Adams, you're shaking your head.
It isn't the walrus and the carpenter.
No. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Adams.
It's such dainties would not stoop.
Although you've got everything but the character. The character is the
mock turtle.
No, the mock turtle is the one to whom the query is addressed, or the statement is addressed.
Well, and the griffin.
Attaboy, Mr. Kieran, the griffin, yes. The griffin says that to the mock turtle. That's 100%. Now, how about this one? If music be the food of love, play on. Everybody got that one? Who says that? Mr. Kieran?
The Duke in Twelfth Night.
Yes, the Duke in Twelfth Night. Duke, what's his name?
He's the Duke.
Yes, but he has a name, too.
Duke Ellington.
No. Duke Orsino. Duke Orsino in Twelfth Night. Here's another. Ed, play Alice that Beethoven thing you wrote. Listen, Alice. Mr. Levant.
That's, I think, from You Can't Take It With You.
It's exactly right, yes. Essie says that, and You Can't Take It With You. And that gives us 3 out of 3, and so far we don't seem to have lost a solitary thing. Lucky Strike has saved all sorts of sets of encyclopedia and a great deal of money so far. Now Mr. Cross gives us his own special sidelight on the Times.
Well, Mr. Fadiman, I've noticed that most of us are smoking more these days, more than we used to. That's why it means so much to choose a cigarette that's really mild, with the natural mildness of finer, lighter tobaccos. Now, of course, this kind of tobacco costs more, but at market after market, the American Tobacco Company pays higher prices to get it. Let me give you a concrete example. At tobacco auctions in Carthage, Tennessee last season, American paid 23% more per pound for the tobacco it bought for its cigarettes and other tobacco products. Yes, 23% above the average market price paid for all the various types and grades of tobacco sold there. And the best we bought will go to Lucky's. And smokers, so it goes at market after market. We pay the price to get the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobaccos. Mr. Fadiman, have I demonstrated why Lucky's are in tune with the times?
I believe you have, Mr. Cross. And it took you exactly 57 seconds. Now we'll start the second half of the program with this question coming from Nathan Siegel of this city. And get all on this. I think it's very easy. What English word was derived from each of these famous characters in history or literature? Now, the first character is an English queen. What English word do we derive from a famous English queen? Mr. Levant.
No, mine's no good. Go ahead.
Sure of that? Mr. Tunney?
Elizabethan.
Yes, Elizabethan would be a very good one. There's still another.
I was going to say best, but with a prefix to it. I better not.
No? All right. Another one?
The definite article.
What one?
An.
Oh, goodness gracious, Mr. Adams.
I have one.
The indefinite article.
How about the Victorian carriage?
Victorian, yes. Victorian or Elizabethan. Yes, either of those would do. What word is derived from the name of a Greek strongman? Mr. Levant.
I was thinking of Herculean.
You're right. I think it's pronounced Herculean, my dear Oscar. What word is derived from a 19th century Irish estate agent? In English, Mr. Kieran.
Boycott.
Boycott. Mr. Tunney, you were going to say that. I saw boycott in your eye. Boy in one eye and caught me up. Who was Mr. Boycott, Mr.
He
Kieran?
was the manager of an absentee landlord's estate in Ireland, and the people treated him in the way that we now call boycotting.
That's the whole story. What English word is derived from an Italian political writer? An Italian political writer. Mr. Kieran.
Machiavelli.
Machiavellian, yes. What does it mean?
Well, he wrote a book called The Prince, I believe, in which he laid down certain political principles for the guidance of the state.
Yeah.
And it was a rather, it had the kind of taste that we now call Machiavelli.
Yes, he was Hitler's political godfather.
Very good,
I
Mr.
was
Tunney.
going to say
That's
was
true.
Fathom and cunning in a kind of short way.
Machiavellian means we think of it as being very devilish or cunning ever since Machiavelli wrote his book. Machiavelli's first name, by the way, Mr. Kieran, was what?
Mackie.
No. It was...
Patrick Machiavelli.
I think not. I think Niccolo, and some people think that Old Nick, another word for the devil, comes from his first name, but I don't think that's true. Now, there's a piece of useless information, Mr. Kieran. Mrs. Peter C. Bertie of Tulsa, Oklahoma, sends this one in. This is a musical question, gentlemen. You're going to hear a series of notes which represent the tuning of familiar string instruments, 3 of them. And for the sake of uniformity, they're all played in the same register. Identify the instrument which is tuned according to each series of notes. Is that perfectly unclear to everybody?
Everything but the same register, but it's all right.
All right. Are you ready to start, gentlemen? Okay, here we go. Mr. Levant.
Go ahead, John.
Violin.
Violin's right. Mr. Adams, what was that you think?
Violin.
Violin. Well, there's no question about it. It's violin. And now the second series. Mr. Levant had his hand up at once. How about it, Mr. Adams?
Don't know that one. I can't play that one.
Mr. Levant.
That's a viola.
The viola is right. And
It's
now
on the
the
fifth floor.
third and last. Mr. Tunney.
Bass violin.
Double bass, yes.
I'll bet he can't tell the notes. That's very hard. I bet he can't.
Can you, Mr. Tunney?
No.
No.
No, of course not. Can you, Mr. Levant?
I think I'll make a mistake.
What are they, dear?
Well, you let yourself in for it.
Well, I'm a little taken aback by all
You
this
are?
affection, which at the end will kill me.
Well, you can tell it to me
Well,
afterwards.
it's E. The low note is E. Then a fourth higher is A. Fourth higher is D. And a fourth higher is G. It's tuned in fourths.
Sounds all right
That's
to me.
right. Didn't think you knew it.
No, I didn't. How about this one, gentlemen? So far, we don't seem to have any stumps. It worries me. I think we'll get 3 out of 3 on this. From James Halloran of Camden, New Jersey, we get this question. There's another Shakespeare question. Who is the Shakespearean character whose first words in the play are the following? So foul and fair a day I have not seen. Mr. Tunney.
It's from Macbeth.
It is. Be quiet. Don't say a word more, Mr. Tunney. Macbeth is right. Macbeth is exactly right. Those are his first words. A little more than kin and less than kind. Those first words, Mr. Kieran.
Those are the first words?
Yes, first words uttered by this character. What's the character?
Well,
Who is the character?
That's in Hamlet.
Yes, who says them?
Well, Hamlet said
right,
a little
right.
less
That's
than-
perfectly all right. Hamlet is right. What country, friends, is this? Who says those words?
Richard
Mr. Tunney?
II, I think.
I beg pardon?
Richard II?
No, sorry. Mr. Kieran?
He must have been a snob, whoever said it.
What country, friends, is this? How about a guess, Mr. Kieran? You're generally very good at this.
What country?
Well, we only have 33 or 4 more plays to guess from. It's from Twelfth Night. And Viola says, what country, friends, is this as she lands on the shores of, is it Illyria, Mr.
Illyria.
Kieran? Illyria. That gives us only 2 out of 3, sending $25 to Mr. Halloran plus a copy of the Britannica. How about this one? Get 3 out of 4 on this. Comes from Mr. M. Shear of Brooklyn. It's been suggested that the United States, in cooperation with Great Britain, should occupy for defense the following places. Now, who owns each place at the present time? The first is Greenland. Mr. Tunney.
Denmark.
Denmark. Who owns the Azores Islands?
Portugal.
Mr. Tunney and Mr. Levant, what were you going to say?
Well, why say anything? Go ahead.
I don't know. Portugal is right. Who owns the Canary Islands? The Canary Islands, hands, please. Canary Islands?
Isn't that a little Portugal, too?
I'm not saying a word, Mr. Levant. Mr. Tunney, was that your hand up?
No.
Just your eyebrow you raised then. Portugal's wrong. Mr. Kieran?
I'd take a chance on Spain.
You'd be right, but I wish you'd come in first. Spain is right. And who owns Dakar? Dakar, Mr. Kieran.
French.
Yes, the present Vichy government. That gives us 3 out of 4. And how about this one from John Cushman Fister of this city? Name 4 women of fact or fiction who are associated in people's minds with needlework or sewing or weaving. Mr.
The Fates.
The Fates. The Fates. Did they weave?
Spun.
Yes, one of them did, I think. You remember her name?
Hecate.
No, you're in the wrong department.
Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos.
Yes, Clotho is the one who spun the thread of life. And the other two that Mr. Kieran named did something else with the thread, cut it off and measured it. How about it, Mr. Levant?
In a ballet by Salvatore Dali's Dance to Venusberg music, there's a little midget whose sex I never found out. He crochets.
Yes, that's right.
Wagner.
I'll never forget it.
I said he, which I don't know why.
I don't know. It. Call it it.
Yeah.
Mr. Tunney?
And there was the woman who knitted during the guillotining and...
Madame Defarge.
Madame Defarge, as Mr. Kieran reminds us from The Tale of Two Cities. Mr. Adams?
And there was the tailor in Robin Hood.
That's right. There was a tailor in Robin Hood. What was his name?
Robert Taylor.
Taylor who sat on old Sherwood End.
Mr. Kieran? Mr. Levant?
In Beautiful People, there's a lady in the first act with the boy who writes the one-word novels, and she's knitting, and he says, "What is that?" She says, "That's knitting," and he says, "Is that good?" So that must be a scene about knitting.
Gee, I wish you'd diagram that sentence for me sometime.
I'm reacting to Saroyan.
Yes, I never saw it, but it sounds perfectly reasonable. Mr. Kieran?
Why, a famous one was the wife of Ulysses, who wove a lot of stuff at night and unraveled it, or rather, wove it in the daytime and unraveled it at night.
Yes, her name, Mr. Kieran?
Well, that's what has me guessing at the moment.
Mr. Adams?
How about
Penelope's
gentleman in the Midsummer Night's Dream, Bottom the Weaver?
Yes, Bottom the Weaver. Must have
wove.
Must have wove, sure.
I know one more.
Yes, Mr.
Somerset Maugham in the letter. The woman who murders in the first scene. She subsequently does some very fancy knitting. I don't remember what
I don't remember that either.
It's called fancy knitting.
You remember the most abstruse things,
Well,
Mr.
I consider
Levant.
needles an enemy.
Well, any one of those would do. Betsy Ross, of course, who is supposed to have made the first American flag, is famous for her needlework. Now, how about this one? This is an opera question from Moses L. Lawrence of Brooklyn again. Get 2 out of 3. In these famous operatic encounters, who was declared winner and new champion, as in Mr. Tunney's phrase? Lohengrin versus Telramund. Who won? Mr. Levant.
Lohengrin won, and in a return bout beat him again.
Good enough. He killed Telramund, yes. What was that fight about?
Well, it's complicated because it's about Elsa's brother, who was a swan.
What?
Well, it was a swan for
a
2
swan,
acts.
yes.
Anyway.
I thought you said something else.
And they suspected Telramund. I can't say that fellow's
Telramund. Break it up into 3 parts.
He can just play stuff he can't pronounce.
Telramund suspected Elsa. He foisted the suspicion on her, and she challenged him with some challenge of poetry, and some knight came to defend her, and they fought.
There you are, sure.
They fought twice.
What could be clearer? Now, Siegmund versus Hunding. Siegmund versus Hunding. Mr. Tunney?
That's an Wagnerian...
Die Valkyrie.
Valkyrie.
Who wins? Between...
Hunding.
Hunding, yes. He runs his sword right straight through
It was
Siegmund.
a fixed fight, though.
It was a fixed fight. Right.
Wotan put the screws in, and it was very easy for him to win.
Yeah. Not the screws. He shattered his sword. Yeah. Now, in the fight between Melot versus Tristan, who won? Mr. Levant?
Melot,
yes. Now, Mr. Cross tells us how he was questioned by a member of the audience after our last Information Please broadcast.
Yes, Mr. Fadiman. A gentleman asked me, how can the makers of Lucky's pay so much above the average market price for tobacco and still stay in business? Well, the answer to that was easy, because the facts are that it's the best way not only to stay in business, but to build more and more business. Here's how it works. We pay the price to get the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobaccos for Lucky's. That makes Lucky's a finer, milder cigarette. And the result is that more and more people want to smoke Lucky's. So you see, it's really the very best of business practices for the American Tobacco Company to pay, for example, 18% more than the market average at Warrenton, North Carolina last season, 27% more at Bowling Green, Kentucky, 34% more at Brookneal, Virginia. Yes, that's good business for us because it's good smoking for you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. This evening, Lucky Strike has cheerfully paid out $25 and 1 set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Thank you, Mr. Tunney, for helping out the party this evening. Next week, Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran will perform as usual. And as our guests, we will have Mr. Frank Sullivan, humorist, and Mr. Dick Maney, press agent, who are more familiarly known at present as the feuding backer and publicist for the Broadway hit Arsenic and Old Lace. Remember, for every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets $10. And if the question stumps our experts, you not only get $25 more, but in addition, the complete 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your letters with your questions, and don't forget to send the correct answers, too, to Information Please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now, a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And that chant, fully interpreted, ladies and gentlemen, means Lucky's pay the price to get the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobaccos. With independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for a special broadcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, and friends of Jack Benny, the National Broadcasting Company is very happy to welcome you here tonight, and we appreciate your joining in with us in this testimonial to a great artist. We feel that it is fitting and proper that another great artist act as master of ceremonies at this meeting. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you as our master of ceremonies a man who for 12 years has entertained the American audience. He is known as the Great Discoverer. He discovered, I think, every known radio actor except Jack Benny. And he recently discovered John Barrymore. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you a man who has done much in the entertainment world, much to give great pleasure and entertainment to millions upon millions of American people, one who has earned the right to preside here as a great artist, one who has presided at programs in the National Broadcasting Company for 12 years, Rudy Valley.
As Jack would say, thank you, Don Gilman. I've been a little bit envious of that throwback to the court jester that we dignify with the term comedian. It's It's a very great gift. Great perhaps as the power that the surgeon has to heal those who are ill, to be able to bring laughter into the heart, minds, and innards of human beings. Comedians and those who write for them perhaps number into the thousands, but few indeed become really great, truly great. And in radio, with its voracious appetite for material and its persistent weekly demand for outstanding performance, has made very few who are truly and indeed great. Our man of the evening is one of these very fortunate, unusual few. I could say that we are here to pay tribute to him, but those of us who are in radio and who know the National Broadcasting Company are here chiefly to see NBC get the check. We're here to see NBC pay at the source. And if you didn't enjoy your dinner, might I suggest a little later on that you order something special. Anything you'd like. The best thing in the house. Caviar, if possible. And if you didn't enjoy the wine, get the best vintage of 1932 and 33. Those were the best years. Order plenty of it. I want to see NBC go deep this time. Jack Benny, cradled in vaudeville, came up through radio, as many of us did, and I'm going to leave others to tell you what he has done, but I'd like to point out in passing, as a radio performer myself, the innovations for which he is more or less responsible. He wasn't the first to take a band leader or a singer and make him a speaking part of his program, but at least he had the courage to change them in midstream, which many of us have never done. And the fact today that many of our shows are 30 minutes in length are unquestionably due to the fact that Jack was the first to take the 30-minute show and prove that it could be as great in popularity, if not greater, than the hour show. For that, I can't forgive him, because I like the hour show myself. Jack proved, too, contrary to what George White and others in show business would have you believe, that you could lay off during the summer, come back in the fall and garner all your votes again, and have your listening audience greater than ever. Those are truly great innovations for which we in radio are deeply appreciative. And he has done something that I've always felt should be done, and that is to spotlight the others in your cast and sometimes let them even take greater prominence than yourself. And he does it with the greatest magnanimity, for which people love him. West Coast NBC, profiting by East Coast NBC's 10th anniversary at the Waldorf Astoria, of which little should be said, has decided to make tonight's affair one of wit, humor, comedy. The laity, those with their dry as dust statistics and speeches, will be in the minority. I asked for a gong so as Junior Major Bowles I might gong them into obscurity if they went over too much allotted time. That was denied me, but I hope that those who are not of the comedy trend will make their speeches very brief this evening, because we want it to be a gay evening. We want the speeches and even the comedy to be short so that you can come back to ordering the special meals and your champagne and enjoy yourself dancing afterwards. Jack Benny has that quality of personality, and that outstanding something, that unique quality of his humor, has somehow kept him apart from the forked tongue of jealousy that most people in show business have known only too well. I've never heard anyone, not even his own colleagues, ever at any time speak enviously of Jack and his work. For that reason, every comedian who does pay tribute to Jack tonight, I know speaks from the fullness of his heart with all the sincerity at his command. I want to present the first one in order, as our routine goes this evening, a young fellow who recently received his draft number. Fortunately, he was able to secure deferment due to the fact that he has a very dependable, and, what the hell am I talking about anyway? Anyway, I want to present him because he's fortunate, as I say, in securing that deferment that he could be with us this evening. Charlie McCarthy and his dependable, Edgar Bergen. Well, I can't do justice to this tribute to Jack Benny without my partner, Charlie McCarthy. And I believe between the two of us, we'll do it up as it should be done. Charlie. How is it, dull? No. Did Benny get any laughs? No. To be invited to this dinner and to sit at this table makes me very proud. I'm dying, folks. I'm bleeding blood, all right. To have an opportunity to express my admiration for that great showman, that comedian, Jack Benny. I'm very happy to have that occasion. That ain't the way you talk about him around the house. All right. That's right. NBC told him to say that. No. They did nothing of the kind. Well, I know they censored my speech. But I remember most of it. I could quote it. By God, I will. And he's so damn smug. All right. Think I could make it. All right. I hope the rivalry among radio comedians will continue in the pleasant and healthy state that it's in, because I think it is great sport. I've known Jack a long time. As a matter of fact, we worked in vaudeville together. Yeah. Between the two of you, you weakened it so Bob Hope could make the kill. Yeah. Charlie, do you want all these people to go home? No, just Jack. No, all right. To go home thinking that you're not a gentleman, that you can't behave like a gentleman? No. That you can't censor your own speech? No. You don't want them to think that? No, sir. I'm sorry. Well, fine. Wouldn't you like to say something nice to Mr. Benny? Yes, I would. Yes. I want you to be a gentleman. I want you to be a fine gentleman tonight. Yes. Look how well Jack behaves himself. He's rehearsed it. Oh, yes. Mr. Benny, we of the younger generation bow in reverence to your proud gray toupee. No. You are a great showman, Mr. Benny. You're 1 in 1,000. When you were created, they broke the mold. I can't say that I blame them. All right. I think you're very, very comical. Ha ha. Even though your Crosley may not be as high as ours, even though you do not have as great a listening audience, it does not mean that you're no good. Entirely. Well, not really. Even though you're Crosley... Charlie,
Will you stop nudging? Hey, what? What? I say our cross. It isn't higher. What are you saying, man? Yes. No. Our Crosley is not higher than that. It is not higher. Are you mad? No. He is a grand showman. He is. Are you sure about that? Yes. He's a lovable fellow. What is our Crosley? Ours? Yes. Our Crosley is 31.2. 31, yes. What's Stinkers? Jack's Crosley is 33. Yipe! Why, you stingy, miserly, you great... All right, understand. Well, we are not going to let that Crosley interfere with our friendship. No. Nowhere far above that. Yeah? Then why do you whip me every time you read the Crosley? No. I'm not even allowed to mention Rochester's name around the house. Oh. It isn't chasing Sanborn that's keeping you awake at night. It's Jell-O. Or is that something? And we don't even keep the damn stuff in the house. You've gone pretty far there, again, yes. He even tore up a picture of Abraham Lincoln. Oh, no. Well, we are here to celebrate Jack's 10th anniversary. Yes. He's made a career of radio. We could have done it in half the time, yes. And I'm afraid we will. But I want to say in all seriousness, Jack, that the crown of Crosley rests on the head where it fits the best. So we bow to you, King Jack. And we're very happy to have it just this way, and may it continue for a long time. And believe me, Jack, if we can steal it from you, by God, we will.
These two personalities, like our man of the evening, were cradled in vaudeville. Like Jack, they came up through the hard way in radio, but so great is their homespun appeal to the millions of radio listeners that during a layoff occasioned by a severe illness of one of the two, they came back greater, bigger than ever, with their Crosley approximating the other two. It's a pleasure to present Fibber McGee and Molly.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We just want to briefly congratulate Jack Benny sincerely on his 10th anniversary.
Oh, indeed we do. Isn't it wonderful, McGee?
You bet. Any guy that can parlay a fiddle and a polar bear and Fred Allen into a career deserves all he can get. And what does he get?
What does he get?
Yeah, what does he get?
Why, he gets a fine dinner and 35% off on all RCA radios.
That's really wonderful. Thank God they finally took our picture. It's really wonderful, you know, Molly, 10 years on radio. That's something, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's grand. I tell you.
How long have we been on the radio?
How long have we been on?
Yeah.
16 years.
16 years. What did NBC give us on our 10th anniversary?
Don't you remember, dearie?
No.
Why, that's the year they started signing our contracts with ink. McGee, I heard.
Huh?
I heard that Jack is going to own his own network when he gets through with this contract.
Why not? NBC has to give a network to somebody.
I think we better sit down, dearie.
Huh?
We better sit down.
Why?
I'm hungry.
Just why the sponsor should be the butt of so many jokes in radio is something I've never been able to understand, because after all, he's the man who pays and pays and pays. Although sometimes his wife may run the program, it's still the man who pays. I had hoped to use the analogy that it would be as difficult for a Yale man to say something nice and kind about a Harvard man as it would be to introduce this particular sponsor, but I discovered shortly before the dinner got underway that I should have remembered it from a banquet back in New York several years ago, that we both have the same alma mater, New Haven. So I can't use that analogy, but I will say that it's a little difficult for me to be kind and generous in this introduction after 10 years of having tried to sell yeast, Chase and Sandwin coffee, and royal gelatin, to introduce a man who sells Maxwell House and Jell-O. It is difficult, and I know that Standard Brands would never forgive me for it. But I do feel that most of you should realize that this man is the very important keystone in the arch of all that is radio. For the benefit of the uninitiated, radio consists of vaguely 3 or 4 forces. First, the sponsor, the advertising agency, the network, and the performer. And any hostile legislation or any forces inimical to the interests of any one of the 4 is a death knell to radio. And we hope that nothing ever will destroy the harmony of the working of these 4. It wasn't until these sponsors dared to unloosen their purse strings and invest millions of dollars a year in radio programs that radio came into big time into its own. And it was only from these profits that the networks in turn were enabled to bring to the masses of radio listeners cultural and educational programs, symphony programs, and other things that have made radio really interesting and worthwhile. So I feel that the debt to the sponsor is indeed a very great one. Perhaps the greatest compliment I can pay this gentleman is to say that he had the courage and faith when other sponsors possibly didn't feel the faith that he felt in Jack Benny, to underwrite him for the tune of many millions and to see his dream come true. I'd like to present the president of General Foods, Chester Colby. Brother, may I correct myself? Colby Chester.
Mr. Toastmaster, guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, I would be negligent indeed if I did not express to our host and the great organization he represents profound appreciation for this wonderful tribute to Jack Benny. I am sure the hero of the evening would be the first, however, to pay deference to the men and women who have provided the physical means whereby his fame has been established. As millions of Americans sit nightly in their royal boxes, their own homes, and listen while history and art and science, joy and sorrow, and the human interest stories of the daily life of a great people are brought before us, we are apt to forget the years of research, the vast sums of money, and the devotion of the inventive minds that have made it all possible. We pay them tribute too. As a spokesman for the General Foods family, I am profoundly pleased to appear here tonight at the birthday party of our famous son. Frankly, I think you all should know that our boy Jack has been no pampered son. He has shaped his career in the American tradition. He has made good on his own. He is truly a self-made success. And certainly he has been a success, unprecedented in the world of entertainment. Incidentally, perhaps it would not be amiss if for a moment we examined the role played, not by this outstanding favorite of radio, but by the sponsor. What is the sponsor's job? Well, one job is giving autographs. By the way, Jack, I must get yours before I leave. You have been getting mine for every week. Now for the last 7 years. But seriously, it is our belief that a sponsor has a tremendous responsibility to the public. Like his products, a sponsor's radio program must have high merit, and they must give rich satisfaction week in and week out. The sponsor must get performers in whom the public has confidence, provide the show with a far-reaching network, and then allow the star to produce the show as he sees it. And that is what we have tried to do. We have given Jack Benny free rein to entertain and delight, to build up a unique characterization. We have allowed him to give full expression to his marvelous talents, and proudly we have watched him take the lead and hold it. That is why I say that if this night is a great triumph and glory for Jack Benny, it is because he deserves it. He has earned it. It is his alone. The boy from Waukegan has the goods, and the radio public will agree with me. He delivers it every time he goes to bat. It is important, too, I think, that someone point out this revealing fact. Jack Benny's programs have sparkled and exploded with fun, but he leans ever backward to make them clean, decent fun for the whole family's ears, and welcomed in the households up and down our land. The script often seems to require Jack to suffer setbacks. He often gets buffeted about. He meets disappointments, but he is there trying. He can't be squelched. He can't be dismayed for long. There is something magnificent and inspiring in an unconquerable spirit like that. Perhaps secreted in the tumult of laughter, there is a brave lesson for all of us in the Jack Benny program. Yes, he'll do. He'll pass any test. After all, you remember the famous old Latin saying, Bene homo generosus. Bene alumnus. Bene judex ropi bene. Freely translated, this means a gentleman, a scholar, a judge of a good cigar. Yes, indeed, those old Romans knew their Bene. Bene dicere, to speak well. Bene facere, to do well. Bene vivere, to live happily. Bene populi, belonging to the people. And that's our Jack. So I salute you, Jack Benny, and Mary Livingston, too. None of us know what is in store for this land of ours. But whatever it is, be it blood or tears, toil or sorrow, or years of peace and contentment, may your voices continue for many, many years to come to bring joy and laughter to America's listening millions.
Now you see what we learn up at New Haven. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Eli, for your brevity and for your faith in Jack Benny. I find words feeble in trying to express the word friendship, and these two people are perhaps the dearest friends that Jack Benny and Mary Livingston know. Together they've shared their hopes, their joys, their sorrows, and their very great triumphs. Two of the finest people in radio. I rarely use the word swell, but I'll say two of the swellest people in radio, Grace George and Gracie Young.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gracie and I were thrilled to be asked to say a few words on this occasion because we've known Jack Benny all our lives, and we're very happy to be here.
I'm not.
And, of course, this is the first time NBC has ever honored one of their stars on this occasion. And it's really a thrill. It's really a thrill to be here tonight.
I don't think so.
Oh, quiet. And if there's anything you want to know about Jack, I'll be glad to tell you.
Because nobody cares what I think.
Of course.
Nobody ever listens to me except myself.
You
can't go by me. I listen to anybody.
I've known Jack all my life.
I'm
As a matter of fact, we've been handled by the same
I've got my own ideas
ago.
about this dinner. I think the whole thing is silly.
Was the fella, and
if anyone's going to be given the dinner, it should be Mary Livingston. She's the one who ought to have this dinner. Mary's the one who deserves the dinner. Mary's the one. She's the one who ought to have the dinner. Mary.
Even in those days.
Poor Mary. Mary deserves the dinner if I ever saw a person deserve a dinner. She deserves the dinner.
Even
Mary
in those...
Livingston deserves the dinner.
Quiet. Mary Livingston.
Yeah, Mary Livingston. She's the one.
Yes.
Jack's wife.
I know that. Yes. What's bothering you, Gracie?
Oh, I think the whole thing is ridiculous. Poor Mary. She's been home cooking for Jack for 10 years, and they finally get a chance to go out one night and they give him the dinner.
You think NBC ought to give Mary the dinner?
Sure. She could do with a good dinner.
I see.
She looks like she hasn't eaten for years.
I see. Yeah, the kid has been leading a hard life.
Sure, that's just because Jack is cheap, that's
Cheap,
all.
yes.
Just plain cheap.
Yeah, the cheapest fella in the whole world, I guess.
He doesn't pay her enough to buy peanuts.
How do you know?
She only gets a little more than I do.
Gracie, what about those diamond bracelets that she wears and those diamond clips?
Yeah, but she has to wear them all the time.
I see.
He wouldn't even buy her a safe to put them in.
He's cheap, yes.
Yeah.
Cheap kid. Saw her coming home the other day with Jack, and she had 7 Lily Daché hats that she just bought.
I bet she had to carry them.
It's too bad, yeah. Shame.
Fine gift, buying her 7 hats. He knows she's only got one sister to give them to.
Her sister, Babe.
Yeah,
Babe.
yeah.
That's the one that's married to that black-faced comedian, Mike Plum.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about Mary. She's doing all right. Jack just bought her a beautiful home with a big swimming pool.
Oh, sure. Full of water.
Full of water, yeah.
What does he want her to do, drown herself?
That reminds me, I gotta fill our pool, too.
Yeah. Poor Mary.
Yes.
She gets up early every morning, never gets a chance to see the daylight.
Never gets a chance to see the daylight?
No, by the time she walks through the 56 rooms to the front door, it's dark outside.
Why doesn't she go out the back way?
Can't, full of writers.
Full of writers?
Sure.
Got writers in the back room?
Sure. Jack uses them on the back room floor instead of bearskin rugs.
That Bill Morrow must feel at home there.
Sure, he does.
Yes.
You know, you can kill yourself if you step on his head.
Yes.
Very slippery.
Yes, I know. All right, Gracie, Jack is a big meanie.
Yes,
He's a heavy.
He certainly is.
He's a bad man.
Yeah. And look at Mary's poor brother, Hillard.
Hillard.
Yeah. Jack ever give him an opportunity?
Never,
No. Let's have Hillard take a bow.
Let's have Hillard take a bow, Mary.
Hillard, take a bow.
Come on.
Hey. There's a kid that could use a good dinner.
Oh, yes, he could. Jack only pays him $500 a week.
Yeah, well, where's the advancement in that?
I guess no advancement.
Wasn't Jack's brother-in-law? I bet he could be working at the May Company.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. That's Hillard over there. Yes, he should be very proud to have Jack for brother-in-law.
Well, I guess it could be worse.
Of course it could be.
Sure, it could be Candace's son-in-law.
That would be. That wouldn't be good. You know, I know Hillard when he was a little baby.
Really?
Yes.
Bet he looked like Arthur Lyons.
Yes, he did. About 10% of him looked like Arthur Lyons. Small Arthur Lyons.
Yeah, well, you know, as a matter of fact, they still look alike.
Hillard and Arthur Lyons.
Yeah, they're both round-shouldered around the waist.
Around the waist. Round shoulder.
Yeah.
Hillard should do as well as Arthur Lyons.
Yeah, Jack Benny should do as well as Arthur Lyons. Oh, boy. You ought to see the offices that Lyons has.
Nice offices.
Ooh, they're beautiful.
Really terrific.
They're the most beautiful things I've ever seen. It's a regular Jewish Shangri-La. Oh, it's lovely.
A Jewish Shangri-La.
Yeah.
You mean nobody ever dies there?
Yeah, oh, no? You ever see Lester Lynx?
Lester Lynx?
Yeah.
That's that small Tom Harrington, isn't that the fella?
Yeah.
I thought so, yes. Lester Lynch.
Yes.
Did you ever meet the Arthur's brother, Sam Lyons?
Sam Lyons?
Yes.
Oh, is he the one who's the interpreter for Jack Benny's father?
Yeah, that's the fella.
Oh, yeah, I saw him.
Yes, that's the fella.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Gracie, Sam Lyons, Arthur Lyons, Lester Lynch, Tom Harrington, Hillard, everybody thinks Jack is a wonderful fella.
What about Harry Conn?
Quiet. Harry Conn. I still think Jack is a wonderful fella.
I don't think he's so wonderful. I think Mary's a wonderful fella.
All right, they're both wonderful fellas.
So is Mary.
All right.
Mary's a wonderful
We both
fella.
agree, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, let me finish my speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy that Jack has been given this honor, and deservedly so. Jack has been the #1 comedian on the air for years.
I don't think he's so wonderful. If he's so wonderful, why doesn't he get a valet for Mary like Rochester? Then she can be the #1 comedian on the air, too. I think Mary
we've
deserves
said enough.
it.
That's
She's the one who
plenty.
should have the dinner. That's it.
I remember this young fellow, he of the retroussé nose, in a show called Ballyhoo in 1932 or 33. In radio, he took considerable time to find himself and 12 writers, but when he did find himself, his socko and youthful type of humor has captured the imagination of radio audiences and is one of the pride and joys of the National Broadcasting Company and his sponsor. It's a pleasure to present the young man who popularized Thanks for the Memory, or the boy who popularized Irium, or the boy who popularized the tooth powder, or Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. You get on here according to your Crosley. But I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Mr. Valley. You've improved. I don't know, you seem to be a different Valley. You're stronger. I guess that's from holding up Barrymore. But anyway, I am very happy to be here, ladies and gentlemen, at this fine affair. I'd known they were going to routine it this way, I'd have had my agent down to see you earlier, Gilman. But I really haven't much material prepared. I'm also working pictures. But it's a thrill being here anyway at this wonderful publicity stunt. I think this night may revive Benny. Ten years on the radio, that's an awful lot of time to spend to try to top Fred Allen, isn't it? No, but I tell you, I'm really surprised that I'm up here on the dais. Mary gave me my choice of speaking or having a table in the men's room. But I don't know the fellas from the Columbia Broadcasting Company, so I didn't want to... But it's a kick anyway, and this is a fine dinner. I want to congratulate NBC. It's a great dinner. I've tasted the food and the drinks and everything, and I don't think it's possible that they have to sell the Blue Network just to pay for this. Getting back to our guest of honor, and sincerely, Jack, I don't have to tell you, he does a great program. In fact, he's my favorite among the older comedians. And you can't deny that he's very funny. He's a very funny man. I wish I could walk that way. And he's had a lot of rating for years. He never has to worry about rating. They don't ask what Benny's Crosley is. They just say, who's second? And I've been very jealous of his show because he has a lot of continuity. So easygoing. Continuity. That's French for let's go to Palm Springs and the hell with the jokes. But I followed Jack for years. I heard him. I think I heard his first program on the air. I laughed so hard I dropped my earphones. Really, it was wonderful. And I know that everybody listened. You folks must have heard him. He goes on 48 hours before the Pepsodent show. Fortunately for my writers, but it's really a great thing. And that's really an achievement, 10 years in the radio. In that time, 10 years, you could make enough money really to afford the kind of food your ulcers won't let you eat. And I think everything's been said about Jack. I don't want to say too much. I mean, you hear people, I know him very well. I was in vaudeville with him, too. And you hear people say he's tight. I happen to know that he's a generous fellow. In fact, right now he's supporting 14 relatives and a married couple from Anaheim who claim they can grow hair. And you know that radio is rough on hair. In fact, your forehead and your Crosley go up together. Of course, he is a little thrifty. The Bank of America has a branch out in Beverly Hills they call Bundles for Benny. And every week he goes over to Crosby's house, and they decide whether they're going to foreclose on the White House or not. In fact, it's a toss-up in Hollywood whether Benny or Crosby have, which one has the most money. You can't decide. Neither one of them will toss up anything. But I happen to know that he's a grand guy. In fact, the other night I saw him down on Hollywood Boulevard passing out dollar bills. That was the same night I saw Hearst going in to see Citizen Kane. But really, I've tried to be funny, and I just want to be serious for just a few minutes, which will probably be funnier. And I just happen to know that Jack, we all know that Jack is a great, great comedian. Has a style, and all I want to say is that when bigger laughs are manufactured, Rochester will get them. Thank you very much.
Jack Benny's film boss is a man of the Old South, a man who knows his theater, and it is no mere coincidence that some of the best Benny pictures have been made since he took over at Paramount. Mr. Y. Frank Freeman.
Paper shaking in my hand is not caused by any breeze. Tonight, the radio industry is paying tribute to one of its great artists, Jack Benny. We of the motion picture industry wish here, at this time, to thank our radio friends for the privilege they have extended to us of adding a few words to theirs in honoring Jack Benny. He is one of our great artists, too, and we are glad to tell the world that we're proud of him. Laughter today is a priceless treasure. We need so much more of it. To be able to entertain millions, to bring some measure of relief from the stark realities of life, we believe this is a service that can never be measured in its real, true value to men, women, and children of our world today. Jack Benny, like the real, true artist he is, gives us all of this and more. We in the motion picture industry know of his contributions to every worthy cause for charity. Not only does he give of his time, but he gives of his money unstintingly as well. It is a well-known axiom in our industry that you do not have to worry about Jack Benny. He always does his share and a lot more. The word intolerance is unknown to Jack. To the worthy cause, he gives of his time, of his energy, and of his money, regardless of religion, race, or creed. He typifies the real, true American spirit. Now, Jack, in behalf of your fellow workers and associates in the motion picture industry, and as their spokesman tonight, will you please accept from us our sincere and deep-felt appreciation for all you have done and will continue to do for us. And please further accept from us our tribute to you, first, to Jack Benny as one of us, second, to Jack Benny, the real, true, great artist, and third, to Jack Benny, the humanitarian and friend of all mankind.
Had I known that the next gentleman was going to be in town, I would have certainly relinquished this position, asked him to fill my shoes because he is a Toastmaster to end all Toastmasters. I've watched him at so many of the Jewish Theatrical Guild dinners at the Commodore in New York, where he holds forth as only he can. Many of you are way ahead of me because you know that I'm referring to the man who's done so much for the youth of America, George Jessel.
Mr. Toastmaster, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is a distinct privilege to be asked to speak here tonight. I have spoken at ever so many dinners in the past 6 or 7 months, and I'm very honored to have been asked to come here. I've had a particularly busy season. Those of you who have been reading the newspapers will know I've been particularly busy this year. No, besides that, I've been working very hard. I really have. My coming here to make a speech is the quintessence of actual sincerity because I am in no way associated with any of the guest of honor's activities. I'm not active in the radio. I'm not active in pictures. To be very truthful, outside of gin rummy, I'm not active in anything. I have been speaking throughout the country on various subjects. I should say within the last 6 or 7 months, I have spoken on practically everything you can think of. From an address at Harvard College to a benefit for the poor assistant directors of Odessa. Added to that, I have been speaking all over the country wherever I might be engaged in nightclubs, for example. I appeared only lately in Miami. The management of a nightclub, knowing that I would be so close to the language, figured that I would be an asset to their association. I was engaged to come to Miami at a nightclub, not a very elaborate one, just a very small place to dance and a few tables to dine. But upstairs, they had a very big business in that place. I was to be there 8 weeks, but the opening night, a gentleman made an 8 the hard way, and the joint folded Mr. John Royal, whom I've known for many, many years, I think has done more for broadcasting than almost any other executive that I know of. Said, Georgie, you should make something of a key speech. Well, a key speech about humanity and mankind, you hear so much of them. I was particularly interested in what the head of Paramount, Mr. Freeman, said a moment ago. I have known Benny for a long, long time. We were associated in vaudeville. Alas, poor vaudeville, gone down the road with forgotten fads like rats for women's hair, shaving cups, and single features. Mr. Benny and I appeared together along. He was at that time Benny and Woods, a musical act, classical music in dress clothes, and the audiences laughed like hell. He then became a monologist on his own, Ben K. Benny. It was a vogue at that time to have a middle initial. Most people thought there was a profundity to have a middle initial. George M. Cohan, Sam H. Harris, John L. Sullivan, Ben K. Benny, and Chico Dice Marx. I remember his routine. A funny thing, he said, happened coming to the theater today. Now, it's a funny thing if anybody comes to the theater. And I was particularly interested, and particularly since I'm only a visitor out here maybe once or twice a year, to see of this lovely halo that surrounds his head, this lovely boy that never a breath of scandal has been whispered about. Not that I'm the one to talk of such things. I recall saying goodnight to my fiancée at that time, the current fiancée, at Toledo, Ohio. As I kissed her goodbye, he kissed her hello, and answered very whimsically it was the only game in town. I like this fellow, but I've known him a long time. I know his father, the William Allen White of Waukegan. I met him only a short time ago in Miami. He said, "Did you hear my son Jack the other night?" I said, "No, he's on Sunday. This is Thursday." He said, "No, he was on a charity program, Bagels for Britain." And as I say, I come here, ladies and gentlemen, with only admiration in my heart. I am not on the radio at the moment. In fact, so little of the new programs, have anything but Jeannie with the hair. And the quiz shows. Unfortunately, for my type of mentality, I am not adequate to be a participant in these quiz shows. I heard one the other night. The new one. Win it, guess it, catch it, and schmack it, and everybody wins a prize. Vitally interesting. The announcer said, "All right, now everybody on your mark. Be keyed up. Be mentally smart if you want to win a prize. Step up, young man." Young men step down to the audience. Says, "What is your name?" Fellow says, "Joe Krause." Take $3. Or if the fellow would have known his own address, he can break that company immediately. I've come a long way, ladies and gentlemen. And the shrine is far where my weary feet might be. I come from a little town over 3,000 miles away, formerly called New Amsterdam. New York, they called it, but it doesn't seem to be New York since my eldest son is not the chief magistrate of that great city. I've only one thing to say about Benny and his program because it's vital, not only to me but to all of us. The success of the Jack Benny program is a very accurate and very lovely picture of the system, please God, under which we live. Now look at it. A company of actors, Americans all, and yet all with different religious persuasions. Eddie Rochester, a Baptist or a Methodist. Schlepperman of the Jewish faith. Divine, an Episcopalian. Maurer and Boulogne, Catholics, I believe. And from the melting pot of all these emotions comes a great program. That's what makes it a great program. Or you can go further. The audience, the audience who listen to it, the same thing. Americans, all Jews, Catholics, Protestants, Episcopalians, Mormons, whatever religious denomination you please. Because of the tolerance of all these people put together, that's what makes us a great audience. That, please God, that's what makes this a great country. Long may it live, and long may it laugh at Jack Benny. It was with all apologies to the Toastmaster, it was my duty at one time to be Toastmaster for the city of New York without portfolio. It was my good fortune at that time to make a great many speeches in the mayoralty campaign in 1924. At that time, I introduced the man who was to be the mayor as Father Knickerbocker's truly begotten son. I hope that he will not feel that I'm impertinent in asking him to say a few words. I who have known him since the age of 8, love him very dearly, as do all good Americans. May I ask him, with permission of all concerned, Jimmy Walker.
Stay tuned next for news commentary.
More men have enjoyed White Owl than any other cigar ever made in the United States.
This very night, May 9th, back in 1862, the ironclad Monitor was battling away in Hampton Roads. Indeed, that little Monitor, that cheese box on a raft, was driving a final nail into the coffin of every fleet in the world. Raymond Graham Swick.
Good evening. There is plenty of military news tonight, but probably the most important battle being fought at this moment is for the soul of the Vichy government. Admiral Darlan, Vichy's anti-British vice premier, left Vichy for Paris tonight after having failed to see Marshal Pétain. One report has it that the aged head of the French state is ill, but this is not confirmed, and all that is certain is that Darlan went back without having seen him and will renew his talks with Hitler's envoy in Paris, Herr Abbe. At the same time, the Vichy ambassador in Washington, after a conference with Assistant Secretary Wells, announced that the United States government has agreed to send 2 shiploads of wheat each month to France so long as the Vichy policy remains unchanged. But Henriet, the ambassador, put the situation too precisely, according to Secretary Hull, who told his press conference that no final agreement on this subject has been reached. The United States, he said, may send more wheat to unoccupied France soon, but he emphasized that the deal hinges on certain considerations which he did not specify, but which it can be assumed are that Vichy, in its collaboration with Germany and Italy, does not give direct or indirect military aid in the war on Britain. The German-controlled Paris newspaper Le Temps sums up the position by saying that Vichy must choose between its friendship for the United States and collaboration with Germany. Darlan has already carried discussions with the Germans to the point of agreement on 3 lesser concessions. 1, to open the frontier between the 2 French zones for the passage of goods and food. The others making it easier for persons and the mails to cross the border. He also held out hope of getting the cost of occupation reduced by $2 million a day. He has concealed what it is that Vichy has promised to do in exchange. Darlan, it should be remembered, favors collaboration with Germany. He's the one who ordered a French convoy and French land batteries to fire on British ships, which were examining French freighters recently. And he has been trying to demonstrate to the Germans that he is as apt a man as Laval to serve their interests. But he is not the one to make the final decision. That rests with Pétain. It may be that Darlan hopes to reach a settlement with Germany which not only will cut the costs of occupation, but will bring home to France the 2 million prisoners being detained in Germany as a kind of hostage, which Hitler holds from almost every family in France. He also wants to get French industry running again, which obviously can't produce unless Germany supplies the raw materials to some extent and takes the greater part of the output. But a German spokesman in Paris, quoted today, says he doubts that the Germans will make final peace with Vichy at this time. Why should it, he asks, when things are going well? If peace were made, Germany would lose its ability to bring pressure on France. It is reported that one of the German demands is that Axis troops should have the right of transit through France and French territory, and the use of bases in North Africa, Syria, and Dakar. At this stage of the war, these concessions would have an enormous effect on Hitler's chances of success in the Mediterranean and the Battle of the Atlantic. Even the admission of German civilians to Morocco, for instance, might lead to intrigues with the population which could shatter such strength as General Weygand has left. North Africa is a vital strategic position, and here the United States government is making an attempt to bolster up Weygand. It is preparing, belatedly, to start trade between French North Africa and the United States, which would at least bring to this country some cargoes which Germany has been getting, and would be paid for with supplies which Weygand needs to maintain his military and economic strength. I should add that Ambassador Henriet said today that the food America would send to France would be distributed by the Red Cross, and that the British have agreed to pass it through the blockade. The British tonight published their shipping losses for the month of April. The total is 488,000 tons, the highest figure for any month of the war. It goes without saying that it is high because of the loss of shipping in and around Greece, and of the 43 Allied vessels sunk of 189,000 tons, a large share can be assumed to be Greek. The actual British losses are 60 ships of 293,000 tons. The figures are higher than those for February 1917, when Germany launched unrestricted submarine warfare. In that year, the losses mounted until they reached a figure in April of 852,000 tons. The British Ministry of Information issued the figures today instead of waiting until Tuesday because of the controversy which has arisen over the figures of Admiral Land of the Maritime Commission, which the British insist give a totally false picture, which, according to a statement from the White House tonight, were not compiled from official and secret information, but largely from newspaper reports. The British said that a grave danger exists that unless shipping losses are reduced, Britain's war effort and morale are likely to suffer for lack of food. No use could be made either of tanks or airplanes if food supplies fail, said the British statement. And this is the clearest British intimation in public that the British food supply is in some danger. Between 300 and 400 British bombers last night gave Hamburg and Bremen a full exposition of what such cities as Plymouth, Bristol, and Liverpool have been experiencing from Goering's Luftwaffe. It was Britain's greatest air effort of the war, and the German cities were systematically punished, in part by the new extra-destructive British bomb. Berlin and Emden had lesser raids. Nearly 1,000 tons of bombs were dropped on German objectives, a figure comparable to the great German raids. The British are gratified by the rising efficiency of their defense against night bombers. So far in May, they have brought down 86 German bombers. It is not clear how many of these are victims of the mystery night interceptor planes with their eyes that see in the dark, and how many can be attributed to the bright moonlight. But the British public hopes there is a chance that the Nighthawks may put a stop to large-scale night bombing by making it too costly, just as the daylight raiding was made too costly last fall. The British were able to announce the sinking in the Far East of the German raider Hansa, the former Hamburg American passenger liner, equipped with half a dozen 5.9-inch guns and torpedo tubes. In Iraq, the signs all point to an early collapse of Rashid Ali Bey, barring one incalculable possibility that Hitler sends him military help, perhaps by air from the Greek islands, where parachutists are known to be assembled. But it looks as though the conspiracy of the Axis in Iraq had been mistimed. It is too soon to say so definitely. When the British landed their troops at Basra, they may have forced Rashid's hand. Anyhow, this may be the second Axis miscalculation, the second out of the last two master intrigues, the first being Yugoslavia. For though Yugoslavia has been crushed, it must be remembered that the Hitler plan was to take it by diplomacy, and his own ambassador failed to judge the safety of the game, and he involved his master in the vast cost of an invasion. Two pronouncements come from Moscow today, which give a little insight into the core of Soviet Union foreign policy. One is a denial by the TASS agency of reports that the Soviet Union is placing on its western frontiers, especially along the Balkans and the Caspian Sea, forces which are being withdrawn from the Far East. Still more significant is the notification to the legations of Yugoslavia, Belgium, and Norway that their status in Moscow can no longer be recognized in view of the loss of sovereignty by their country. To withdraw recognition from three governments which are continuing in exile their fight against the Axis is as frank and cordial a step in aid of the Axis as the diplomatic sign language is able to contrive. This puts the Yugoslavs in particular on the spot. They were so certain of the newly shown affection of the big Slav brother that many of them took refuge in the Soviet Union, and quite a few Yugoslav pilots flew their planes to Russian airports to keep them from falling into Nazi hands. So the notice today represents a sudden reversal of Soviet policy. And coming as it does after Stalin's acceptance of the premiership, it adds some credibility to the tales that Stalin is getting ready to make a big deal with the Germans. A sign that big changes are to be expected is the result of Stalin's policy as seen in Japan. The Times Advertiser, the organ of the Japanese Foreign Office, publishes a remarkable statement about peace with China. This looks like the first fruit of the Russo-Japanese Neutrality Pact, which Stalin personally negotiated. The Japanese organ advises Japan to abandon efforts to crush the Chongqing government by force. It says that the scale of hostilities in China should be reduced. China must become a partner in the co-prosperity sphere. It goes on to remark that the superiority of Japanese arms has been proved, but so has the ability of China to survive corporal punishment. And the opinion is expressed that if the Japanese armies withdraw, an advance of Chiang Kai-shek's armies would not necessarily follow. It seems reasonable to believe, it adds, that a shrinkage of the Japanese fighting front would lead to less and less hostility. And it concludes with the statement that the presence of the Japanese army in China should be proved to be no threat to China's political and territorial integrity. The soft-spoken words of Matsuoka's mouthpiece will have an appeal for some of the men around Chiang Kai-shek. And if Stalin should whisper to Chongqing that it had better make peace, so be threatening to withdraw Russian aid if peace isn't made, the Chinese war effort might end. It hasn't yet come to pass, but it is something to watch for.
Stay tuned next for This is Wichita.
Hello, world. This is Wichita. Wichita Eagle, the favorite source of news in the great Southwest since 1872, brings you a half hour of music and drama, featuring the Eagle Concert Orchestra and the dramatic vignettes of the past. Come along with us for a journey down memory lane.
I serve my God
Now here's a word word of welcome to the many newcomers in Wichita. The Wichita Eagle has always held out a hearty handshake to the newcomer. And it is the sincere desire of the Eagle to be of service to you. The classified rental section will assist you in finding homes. If you're looking for a room, apartment, or house, just read the classified advertising section of the Wichita Eagle, where you will find a large list of rentals advertised every day. And then, if you don't find what you want, come to the Eagle office at Market and William Streets and ask for the classified rental information department. Every attempt will be made to find suitable living accommodations for you and your family. To know the city of your choice, subscribe to the Wichita Eagle, the newspaper for every member of the family. And now we invite you to come along with us on a trip down the road to yesterday. Tonight, we turn back the pages of the Wichita Eagle to the days before radio and talking pictures, to the days when Wichita looked for its entertainment in the legitimate theater, back to the days of the Toller Auditorium. Let's imagine we're sitting in the front row of the old Toller Auditorium, which was located at the corner of 1st and St. Francis. Those of you who lived in Wichita shortly after the turn of the century can well remember some of the grand entertainment that crude old building provided. Its owner, William Toller, brought many of the finest attractions to Wichita. It was here that the great Paderewski played a concert when it was too cold, and he had to dip his hands in a bucket of warm water before they would become limber enough to play. But play he did. And those who heard him that night have never forgotten the genius of this world-famous pianist. Famous actors, famous singers, grand entertainment. It all came to the old Toller Auditorium. How many times did you laugh and cry as that great American play, Uncle Tom's Cabin, unfolded its stirring drama on the stage? Wouldn't you like to hear his story once again, in part? The story of Uncle Tom, Little Eva, Topsy, Eliza crossing the ice, the baying bloodhounds. We present Uncle Tom's Cabin. The curtain rises on the first act of Uncle Tom's Cabin.
The sun shines bright in the old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer. The darkies are gay, the corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day.
Well, here we are on the Shelby plantation in old Kentucky. Kindly George Shelby has been forced to sell some of his slaves to repay a debt. Among them, Eliza and her young son, and Uncle Tom. The curtain rises on a dark stage. We can see the cabin of Uncle Tom, and now Eliza, carrying her child, hurries to the door.
Uncle Tom! Uncle Tom, it's Chloe!
Who's that knocking at the door?
It's Liza. Aunt Chloe, open the door.
Liza. Good Lord. Wait till we light this here candle. Uncle Tom, it's Liza.
Liza, well, Lord bless you, child. What brings you here with little Harry at this time of night?
Oh, Uncle Tom, I'm running away and taking my child with me. Master Shelby sold him.
Sold him?
He has sold him and me and my husband. He's already escaped across the river, and I must join him.
Oh, the good Lord have pity on us.
Sold? That just don't seem true. Marsh Shelby always said he never liked to sell his slave.
But he had to. He was in debt to a man, and he had to sell us. But I can't. I won't let him separate me from my child and my husband. No, Uncle Tom, you must run away, too. Master Shelby had to sell you, and they'll take you tomorrow in the morning.
You hear that? Master Shelby done sell you. That means you'll be toted down the river where they kill black folks with hard work and starving.
Come, Uncle Tom, we've no time to lose. If we can cross the river to Ohio, we're saved. We're free.
Get going, old man. What you waiting for?
No, I ain't going. Marsh Shelby done trust me. I ain't never break my trust with him. Martha ain't to blame.
But, Tom, they take you away from me, from the little ones. There'd be no more family.
Yeah, that's true, Chloe, but if I runs away, I'd never see you anyway. So I'll stay. But you go, Liza. You're young. Maybe you can make it up to Canada. Maybe you can find your husband.
But won't you go with me, Uncle Tom?
No, Liza, I'll stay here. It ain't intended that I have my freedom now. I've learned what the good Lord wants me to do. He wants me to help keep the darkies having faith in him. And so I'll stay. Wherever I may be sent, I'll preach the good word. But you go, Liza. Go. Go for your freedom.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom. Goodbye,
Goodbye,
Uncle
child. Goodbye. God bless you.
So Eliza and her son escaped. Oh, I'm almost glad. But why didn't you try to escape when you learned that I'd sold you, Uncle Tom?
Because you trust me, Marshall.
Oh, you're too honest, Tom. You're too honest. Believe me, I would never have sold you had not my debts forced me to it.
I understand, Marshall.
Tom, if ever I regain my good fortune again, I'll buy you back. I'll try to keep track of where you're sold, and I'll buy you back, Tom.
Thank you, Marshall. And will you all take good care of my little ones and my old Missy?
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can tell them that I've been sold to some kind Marsh.
Yes, Tom. Although I don't know where you'll go. Harris, the man who's bought you, is a speculator. He's shipping you further south to the market.
All ashore, that's going ashore. All ashore, gangplank coming up.
Well, I must go, Tom. I've got to go. Goodbye. God bless you, Tom, and good luck.
Thank you, Marshall. And may the Lord bless you always. Goodbye, Chloe. Goodbye, children. Dear Lord, I offers my utmost thanks to you for your great goodness to this old black slave. It's mighty nice here with Martha Sinclair and the little angel, Miss Eva. I'm so thankful Martha Sinclair bought me on that steamboat. Oh, Lord, I ain't asking nothing for myself, but I is asking something for her. They say little Miss Eva ain't all well, that she's frail and awful unlikely to live long. Oh, Lord, can't you spare her? She's so good and kind. Everybody loves her. She loves everybody. The world needs kindness like hers.
Oh, Sinclair! Sinclair, where are you? Oh, Tom, what are you doing here on your knees?
Just praying, Miss Ophelia. I'm so grateful that Martha Sinclair bought me and them so kind and good to me.
Well, save your prayers for a later time. You're supposed to be watching after little Eva. Go and find her. It's time for her medicine.
Yes.
No need to look for me. Here I am. Uncle Tom, I've had the strangest dream. I want to tell you, for you're sure to understand.
Yes, Miss Eva. Uncle Tom understands your dream.
How shiftless. Eva, don't you know that all dreams are ridiculous? Now, don't be listening to a lot of superstitious darky talk. Now, run and take your medicine like a good girl.
Yes, Cousin Ophelia. Come, Uncle Tom. I want you to sing some of your songs and read to me from the Bible. Oh, I understand so much when you read to me.
Shiftless. Oh, there you are, St. Clair. I've been looking for you. Did you see the way Eva showers her affections on that Negro?
Yes, a very natural thing, I would say.
But she shouldn't pat him on the cheek or caress him.
No, your attitude is amusing, Ophelia. You would see no harm in a child's caressing a large dog, even if he was black. But a creature that can think and reason and feel and is immortal, you shudder at that.
Well, perhaps that's right. But at least in the North, we are for their freedom.
Yes, and there's much good in that. But I believe my slaves are better off under my kind care than if they were free.
But they're so ignorant, so hopeless.
Well, Ophelia, suppose you try your hand at educating some of them. I have just the one for you to start on.
Yes?
Just wait till you see her. Oh, Topsy. Topsy, come here.
Yes, here I is.
Oh, good gracious. What a heavenly shiftless-looking object. Saints, now, what in the world have you brought this creature here for?
Well, for you to educate and train. I saw her in the Jim Crow line and purchased her, especially for you. Oh, here, Topsy, give us a song and a dance.
Yes,
Come on.
sir. I'm the devil. I eat that rat, I eat that cat, but I don't care. No, I don't mind. I'm funny in front as I is behind.
Well, of all things, I've never seen the like.
Well, she's all yours, Ophelia. Topsy, this is your new mistress.
Yeah.
See that you behave yourself now.
Sinclair, I don't want her. I can't stand her. She's so dirty. Topsy, what are you picking out of your hair?
Damn bugs. I got more bugs in my wood than anybody in Get Your Plantation.
Here, let me see.
Don't come too close, Miss Fairy. They're here bugs.
Jump out!
Well, Ophelia, there's your little heathen. Let's see what you can do for her. I'll leave her with you.
Oh, Sinclair, don't leave me with this creature.
She's all yours.
Oh, dear. Well, don't just stand and grin at me, you creature. If I must care for you, I must. You realize you're a poor, ignorant sinner, a lost sheep.
Yes, I'm a black sheep.
How old are you, Topsy?
Don't know, Miss.
What? You don't know how old you are? Well, who was your mother?
Never had none.
Oh, now, of course you did. Don't you remember your forefathers?
Forefathers? Lordy, Missy, I never even had one father.
How shiftless. Don't you even remember when you were born?
Oh, I was born, Miss. I just grew.
Topsy, I believe you're lying. Don't you know it's wicked to lie?
Yes, I'm a wicked devil. I'm so wicked, and nobody can save me.
We shall see. Now, you come along with me. I'm going to have you scrubbed.
What for, Missy? Dirt don't show on this here, doctor. I'm too black.
Miss Sinclair.
Tom, what is it? Where are you carrying Eva?
Oh, she done fainted, Miss Ophelia. She's sick. Ain't no strength to her. She's had the visions of death.
Oh,
Tom, what is it? Tom. Eva. Eva, my child.
I'll send for the doctor at once.
Please, Father, do not cry. I'm not afraid.
Oh, Eva. Eva, you must get well. I'm sure you can. Your prayers and our prayers, they must be answered.
No, Father. I've seen the visions. I know that I must go. I knew a long time ago.
Oh, Sinclair, why don't you stop those darkies from singing their mournful songs? I'm sure it must be bad for her.
Oh, no, please don't stop them. I won't remember the songs I've heard so often here on the plantation.
Oh, but the slaves have been outside the door all day long and all night. That Tom sleeps outside Eva's door.
Uncle Tom? Outside? Oh, please let him come in. I want to say goodbye.
Let Tom come in, Ophelia.
Please.
Oh, very well. You may come in, Tom.
And me too, Miss Billy. I want to see little Missy.
No, Topsy.
Yes, please let her come in. Please, she wants love and kindness. Father. Father.
Yes, Eva?
Everything is fading away. Everything's changing. Father, please promise me something. Something I want you to do after I'm gone. Will you promise?
Anything, Eva. Anything.
After I'm gone, will you set Uncle Tom free?
Free?
Yes. Oh, he's told me so often of his family on Shelby Plantation in old Kentucky. If he were to be free, he'd go back to them. Please, Father, promise to set Tom free.
I will. I promise. Tom shall have his freedom.
Do you hear that, Uncle Tom?
Yes, Miss Eva, I hear.
You shall be free, and you can go back to your family and loved ones. And someday, Uncle Tom, you'll come to the land where everyone is always free. It's so beautiful. I think I can see a little of it now. There's a white angel and a golden chariot. Uncle Tom, sing that song about the chariot.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot. She's gone. She's gone. Even to the last, she thinks of everyone but herself. She thinks of making old Tom free. Free.
Sweet chariot, coming for to carry me
Uncle Tom, are you still up?
Yes, Miss Ophelia. I was waiting for Marcia Sinclair.
Oh, dear. He's not himself any longer. Since Eva's death, he's turned to the false stimulant of hard drink.
Poor Marcia Sinclair. He's all broken up.
But nearly a month has passed since Eva went away. Oh, he shouldn't spend his time at the tavern drinking the way he does.
Miss Ophelia, open the door. Miss Ophelia, open the door.
Oh, good gracious.
What happened?
He's been hurt, Miss Ophelia. Open the door.
Oh, Marcia Sinclair.
Here, put him on the couch right here. Oh, dear Sinclair, what's happened?
Some scoundrel done stabbed him with a knife, Miss Ophelia. It happened at the tavern.
Oh, Marcia Sinclair. That's an awful stab place.
Never mind, Tom, never mind. I don't care. I'm better dead than grieving the way I have this last month. Ophelia.
Yes, Sinclair.
Hurry, see if you can find a lawyer.
A lawyer? Why?
The papers. I must sign the papers to make Tom free. I only want to live long enough to do that. Oh, Tom, I should have signed them long ago. If I die now, you won't be free. I promised Eva. Oh, why didn't I sign them?
Well, hurry. I'll try to get a lawyer.
Wait, Miss Ophelia. No need to go now.
What?
No need to go. No chance for my freedom now. No chance now.
You mean...
Yes. Marcia Sinclair gone.
the Swanee River.
Dear Lord, this is your humble servant, Uncle Tom. Since Master Sinclair died, I've been sold to the cruelest man, Simon Legree. Seems like I comes to you many times these days, praying for him. But I ain't asking for myself. I was asking you to help these poor slaves of Simon Legree's. Make him have mercy, Lord. Make him have pity. He wants me to beat a poor girl with a whip. I can't do that, Lord. I just can't.
Whether he's done it or not. Well, Tom, what are you doing there on your knees? Didn't I tell you to take that whip and go beat that stubborn wench, Emmeline?
Please, Master Legree, I can't beat no human being. I just can't do it. It ain't right.
Where are you, black dog? Who are you to tell me what's right and what's wrong? Didn't I pay $1,200 cash for you? For everything there is in your old black shell? Ain't you mine? Body and soul?
No. My soul ain't yours, Master. This old body been sold many times, but not my soul. That belongs to someone who won't never let it go. You own everything but my soul, and you can't harm it.
I can't, eh? Tom, I can't understand you. Every day I've beaten you, your back's a welter of sores, and still you defy me. This time I'll break your will. I'll break your will or I'll kill you. I'll show you whether I can destroy your soul or not. Give me that whip.
No, please, Master.
I'll show you.
Please.
Destroy your soul, eh? You take that. And that. And that. And that. And that. And that. No, you obey me? And take that whip to that slave?
No, Master. I can't.
Oh, mark my words, I'll bend you to my will. I'll conquer you or I'll kill you. I'll count every drop of blood there is in you and take them one by one until you give up.
Master, if you was sick, or in trouble, or die, and I could save you, I'd give you my heart's blood. And if taking every drop of blood in this poor old body would save your precious soul, I'd give him freely. Do the worst you can. My troubles will soon be over. But if you don't repent, yours won't never end.
How dare you preach to me? I'll show you I mean what I say when I say it. Oh, action! Have you had enough? Well, answer me. Oh. Tom, answer me. Black dog. Suppose I've killed him. Sambo! Quimbo! Drag this carcass to the stable.
Wait. Leave that man where he is.
Who are you? I don't allow strangers on my place.
And I'll be on your place only long enough to buy this slave. I'm George Shelby. Name your price and you shall have it.
Marshal Shelby.
Oh, Uncle Sam. Uncle Tom. Oh, if only I'd arrived sooner.
Marshal, you come all this way just to find old Uncle Tom.
Yes, Tom. As soon as I could afford it, I started searching for you. I only missed the sale of the St. Clair property by a few days.
You didn't forget. You all said that someday you'd find me, buy me back.
Yes, Tom. You're coming back. Back to your family. They're waiting for you, Tom. Tom, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hears, Master Shelby. But just too late. I ain't never going to see the old home no more. I was going to a new home. A new home where there ain't no weapon. Where there ain't no difference between black and white. And where there's just one master. Oh, he's calling Marse Shelby. I was going on to glory. There's little Miss Eva, Marse Sinclair, all them that was good to me. I was going to see them. I was going on to glory. Glory.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home.
And so the curtain falls on the final act of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Little Eva, suspended on a wire, comes down from the painted canvas heaven and stretches forth her arms to Uncle Tom. A golden light illuminates the stage, and there's not a dry eye in the old Toller Auditorium.
Oh, wasn't it wonderful? I don't know when I've cried so much. I had such a grand time.
And so, drying their eyes and gathering up their gloves and hats, the audience, still sniffling but happy, leaves the theater. It was a great show. Next week, East Lynn. Today, Wichita has many beautiful theaters, far more magnificent than the old Toller. But few have forgotten the glamour of that great old playhouse. Every Friday evening at 8 o'clock, the Wichita Eagle brings you a story of the past, dramas of yesterday in Wichita. And every morning and evening, the Wichita Eagle brings you the latest news. This is Vernon Reed inviting you to listen again next week for another chapter of This is Wichita.
This is KFH in Wichita.
Well, that's the way it was on May 9th, 1941. My name is Henry Chop, your host, and in a minute or two, I will tell you what we are going to listen to and watch tomorrow night. Tomorrow night is Saturday, so we have a double feature to share with you. Let me just give you a quick reminder that this channel does not qualify for YouTube monetization. Therefore, you have to expand the description section to this video, and you will not only see every program that we listen to tonight, you will see a couple links. One is to PayPal, one is to GoFundMe. If you would like to donate to the channel, I do not see any money from any ads that you see on this channel. The revenue from that is paid to copyright holders. Plus, YouTube doesn't monetize anything with old-time radio anymore because they call it duplicate content, even though I share it in a unique form. So check out our links in that description section. One is the PayPal, one is the GoFundMe. If the GoFundMe link is obsolete, there will be an updated GoFundMe link posted in a more recent video or in the channel description. If you go to the homepage of this channel and check out the description, you will see that. All right, what do we have going on representing May 10th, 1941? Well, we are going to start things off with the news. Got to have a little bit, well, back then it was the news. Today it's history. And then we are going to have Jungle Jim, front page drama, and Edgar A. Guest. Plus, we are going to count down the top 10 songs of the week with the Your Hit Parade Jukebox with me, myself, and I as your disc jockey. Find out how your favorite song did. And then following that for our classic movie double feature. Now this will be on a separate upload, so you will have to just stay tuned. We will have a classic movie double feature, and we are featuring Mr. District Attorney, yes, patterned after the radio program, and Weekend in Havana. You're going to hang out with Fidel Castro. Nah, it's a different Havana back then. And it's in Technicolor, so you're definitely going to want to come back to watch that. So until then, my name is Henry Chop, your host. Let's turn off this old tube radio. That's our time machine. Good night. God bless.
This changing world
this changing scene? Where is it taking us? What does it mean? As long as we're certain of each other, we know we don't have to be afraid. These changing times we rise above. We have no time for them. We have our love, and love is the only thing that still remains the same through all this changing world.
The dawn's early night, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Round one coming up shortly. Those new-thinking folks at Schick have come up with an all-new double-edged razor. It's really designed for a man. Take the handle. It's man-sized, nice and long. You can get your thumb and all 4 fingers on it with ease, and the handle won't slip either. Special finger-hugging studs keep the razor steady, even when your hand is wet. As for balance, not top-heavy, not too light, just right. There are other features, but you ought to try them, not just hear about them. See for yourself how the thin head angles the blade just right, how the positive lock holds the blade steady, how the patented bar guard sets up your beard. Get one tomorrow. You'll find you get a smoother shave, an easier shave, a better shave. The new double-edged razor by Schick, with Schick stainless steel blades in a handsome travel case, just $1. Now the fighters are in the ring. You probably heard the boos. Sonny Liston came in. Sonny didn't get too many cheers, but Cassius Clay, the heavyweight champion of the world, got some boos as he came in. Now, Johnny Addy in the ring. Let's go back to him.
Billy Daniels. May we have the gloves into the ring, please? The gloves. Come into the ring with the gloves, please.
Now, Johnny Addy is asking that the gloves be brought into the ring, and here again, more introductions.
The popular heavyweight champion of Canada, George Chuvalo. Retired featherweight champion, Sandy Sadler. One of the greatest featherweight champions of all time, Willie Pep. Newly crowned light heavyweight champion, Jose Torres. Former heavyweight king, the Cinderella Man, James J. Braddock.
The only man ever to regain the heavyweight title, 2 times heavyweight champion of the world, Floyd Patterson. Former heavyweight champion from Boston, Jack Sharkey.
All right, Russ, you ready?
Retired, undefeated heavyweight king, Rocky Marciano. Ladies and gentlemen, the Brown Bomber, Joe Louis.
Let me mention the fellas in the corner right now. Angelo Dundee is in the champion's corner. He's the boss. He does all the talking. He's the cut man. He'll work on any cuts. Also in there is Drew Bodini Brown, the trainer and confidant. He writes much of Clay's poetry, incidentally, and he's the fellow who will keep Clay's spirits up. He's the fellow who will keep whispering in his ear when he feels the champion is in trouble. Right now, over in Liston's corner, here's the announcement on the officials. Let's get this.
3 commissioners here tonight. The chairman, George Russo, Rufus Candage, and Duncan McDonald. The secretary is Frank Raymond. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the judges. Coley Welsh of Portland, Russell Leonard of Augusta, Joe Bovin Rumford, the timekeeper, Russell Carroll Urban, counting for the knockdowns at the bell, Francis McDonough, Portland, the attending physicians, Dr. Leo Lamoux, Dr. Ralph Turgeon, and the referee, ladies and gentlemen, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Jersey Joe Walcott.
There's the announcement that Bill Stern gave you earlier. Joe Walcott, the former heavyweight champion of the world, is the 3rd man in the ring, but you got to bear this in mind. He does not have a vote. That is, he can go over to the judges, he can take a round away or take points away on a foul. I mentioned Sonny Liston's corner. Willie Reddish is the trainer of Sonny Liston. He's the boss in that corner. Joe Polino is the cut man. Teddy King also over there. Liston weighed in today at 215 1/4. His pulse, incidentally, was 60 today. Cassius Clay, who's shadowboxing right above us, weighed 206 and his pulse was 72. Back to Johnny Addy.
Robert A. Nylon, president, and Arena AA present the main event, 15 rounds for the heavyweight championship of the world. The principals. Introducing from Denver, Colorado, he's wearing black trunks. He weighs 215 1/4. The former heavyweight champion and now the challenger, Sonny Liston.
Liston moves out of his corner, does a little dance. The crowd, as you can hear, gives him applause. Now, here's Johnny Addy.
Louisville, Kentucky. He's wearing white trunks. He weighs 206. The heavyweight champion of the world, Muhammad Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, Jersey Joe Walcott will now give the instructions.
By the Bulls and Jersey Joe Walcott, the referee has called the 2 fighters to the center of the ring, and let's listen to the instructions.
And I know you're both in good condition. I'm not going to go with a lot of preliminaries. I know you both know the rules of Maine, so I'm in here to enforce them. So I'll say to you, keep your punches up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck. Shake hands, come out fighting.
The instructions from the referee, Jersey Joe Walcott. We're waiting now the bell that will get this fight underway. Cassius Clay checking his gloves, and he's saying a few things over in the corner. Bodini says something to him. Willie Reddish gives last-minute instructions to the challenger, Sonny Liston, who's got that scowl on his face. He never smiles. Cassius is halfway out in the center of the ring right now, and I would imagine he'd like to stay out there most of the night. He does not want Sonny Liston to catch him in any corner. They're staring at each other. There's the bell, and here's Russ Hodges.
And Clay throws a right hand to the head and scores right away. Comes in with the left and crosses with the right, as Liston was befuddled by the fact that Clay was starting to punch. Now right above our mutual microphone, the exchange left to the head. Clay continues to circle, moving constantly to his left as Liston tries to move in on him. All they're doing now is bobbing and weaving in the center. Now over in Liston's corner, he tried to pin Clay to the ropes, but Clay got away. The champion dancing, moving easily, moving lightly. Liston plodding a bit, but continuing to come in. Throws a long left to the midsection that didn't have much to it as Clay was moving back. Clay continues to circle to his left all the time. Liston misses a long overhand right. Clay now moves to his right, does a little shuffle, is stabbed with a short left hand on the chin, evades another long left thrown by Liston. Liston has not thrown the right very often. Clay continues to move and run as he is looking for the opening. Liston misses a right cross as he scored with a very short left to the body. Liston keeping the left up very high, stabs out with the left to the forehead with 2 minutes left in round one. Moving constantly is the champion. The champion scores with a short right to the head as Liston went into a crouch, and now they fight straight up with Liston light with a left jab to the chin, tries the right to the midsection, scoring lightly. Liston hits the left elbow of Clay, doing no damage. Liston with the left hand, blocked by Clay to the midsection. Sonny chops her right to the left shoulder. Clay throwing very few punches, continues to move, continues to weave, continues to bob. After the first three punches, he hasn't thrown anything. Clay backs away now from the left that grazed the chin, blocks a right to the midsection. Sonny feints a right to the midsection. Liston now is head bobbing and goes to his knees from a punch to the chin, and Cassius Clay is telling him to get up and fight, and Jersey Joe Walcott can't get away from him. Let's get the count. They can't get Clay away from him. Liston went down from a punch to the chin, and now Jersey Joe Walcott never did start a count. Walcott never did start a count. There's nothing but confusion here. He's going over the judges. Now Clay on top of Liston. Scores with the left at the top of the head. Now here comes Jersey Joe Walcott and says it's all over. They raise Cassius Clay's hands, and it is all over, and they are going wild in the center of the ring. Jersey Joe Walcott apparently did not see the punch, never started a count, and after he went over to the timekeeper said that the 10 seconds had elapsed, and in one of the shortest knockouts in history, we don't say the shortest, Cassius Clay has retained his heavyweight championship of the world, and even wanted to jump on Liston when he was down because he couldn't understand why Liston didn't get up. He kept saying, "Get up." The official time is approximately 2 minutes of the first round, and of course, we will get the correct time of the knockout in the first round. Now, Jersey Joe Walcott, the referee, Van Patrick, has gone out to talk to Johnny Addy, and there's the usual tumult in the ring. Liston does not appear to be hurt nor to be dazed, but Cassius Clay once again can acclaim to the world, "I am the greatest," Van.
I don't think there's any question about it. Surprising suddenness, and I noticed, you know, everybody around here was screaming, "Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it?" to Joe Walcott. But when Liston walked over to the corner, he was staggering. He was hurt. There's no question about it. Here's Johnny Addy. Trying to hear Johnny Addy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the timekeeper counted out Liston in 1 minute of the first round. 1 minute of the first round, the winner by a knockout. And still, the heavyweight champion of the world, Muhammad Ali.
There it is, the winner. 1 minute, one of the shortest heavyweight championship fights in history. The police are having a time right now trying to get some of the spectators out of the ring. Stephen Fetchit is leading the way over there, and that's the fastest I've ever seen him move, Russ.
And he's really moving around, isn't he?
He really is. And they're trying to talk to Sonny Liston and Cassius Clay, and Steve Ellis is up in the ring
And in a moment, we're going to go up there to him. Bill Stern, did you get those blows that Cassius landed?
I could not see the knockout punch. I saw Clay strike with a right, come back with a left. I saw Liston go down. I didn't see either blow connect. Liston started to get up. As he started to get up, the count was interrupted. The referee stopped the fight, threw his hands in the air. Let's get up into the center of the ring.
Well, the punch that won the fight for me, I believe was a left hook or a right cross. And one of the two, I really can't think because I was moving too fast.
A left hook or a right cross?
That's right.
All right, now, did you think you were going to be able to do it in the first round? You did it in 6 rounds last time,
Well, Steve, didn't I tell the world that I had a surprise?
Right.
And that if I told you the surprise, you would not come to the fight. With me was Almighty Allah and his messenger, and I've been saying my prayers regular, living a righteous life.
Right.
And as you see, what happened?
Oh, wait a minute. Now, let me ask you this, if I may, Cassius. Wait a minute.
Mohammed.
All right. No, wait a minute. Okay, all right. Mohammed, tell me this. Did Liston hit you with any kind of shot that maybe hurt you, any whack toward the body?
No, he hit at my body, but he hit my arms instead.
He hit your arms instead.
I'm a little too fast, Steve, to be hit by slow fellows like Sonny
You seemed
Liston.
very confident at the beginning. Why were you that confident coming out?
I'm confident because Allah's with me and his messenger, Elijah Muhammad.
All right, now,
as you
Muhammad, tell me this. What did you really knock him out with the left hook and the right smack?
Well, I would like to see the videotape if you have it.
All right, do we have the videotape? Yes, we do.
Show you more.
All right, we have the videotape, and let's try for viewers all over the world see what we have. We're going to run it back, I believe, in slow motion. Don't lean on me, fellas, please. If you don't mind, this is a hectic scene. But now
Where'd
look.
you get that after dinner
Now
six
listen.
jacket?
No, that's
a beauty.
Thank you, Angelo.
Just like the knockout.
You must be a happy guy. While we're waiting for this tape to be replayed, Mohammed, who would you like to go against next?
Well, I guess we'll get the rabbit, Floyd Patterson, next. He wants to beat me up.
There you are. There you are. Let me
see what he can do.
Now there's the beginning of the fight.
Could they cut it on fast motion? We don't need slow motion.
It's slow motion because we want to entertain the folks. We want them to see what you just told us.
I understand. I ended so fast. You want them to get something for the money.
Yes, sir.
We'll be back with a recap of the fight in a minute.
Anytime there's motor noise, add STP. Anytime you're burning oil, add STP. For slicker parts and quicker starts and fuel economy. Every time you change your oil, add STP oil treatment.
Motor noise, that's the sound of engine wear. Tailpipe smoke, that's the sight of engine wear. Reduce that wear, cut that noise, stop that smoke with a pint of STP oil treatment. STP takes over where oil leaves off. On old cars and new cars alike, STP oil treatment reduces engine wear better than any method known, short of turning off the ignition.
Every time you change your oil, add STP oil treatment.
Let me explain to you, they're running a videotape in the ring, and Cassius Clay is looking at the tape, and he's going to explain. Incidentally, a little bit later on, we'll run back for you the blow-by-blow description of Russ Hodges' description of the round, so you can follow that first round, that 1 minute. Russ came all the way from San Francisco for 1 minute, so let me put you back to work for just a moment, and let's recap that fight a little, Russ. You can also see the videotape.
Well, Van, as I'm looking at it now, and as I called it, I thought it was a short left, then with the long looping right that put him down. But we were as amazed as was Jersey Joe Walcott, because Jersey Joe was not sure that he had gone down from a punch and therefore started no count. And as a result, there was no way for us to give you a countdown also. Walcott was going to allow the fight to continue, but the timekeeper said that he had counted more than 10. Now, as Clay is moving away from a left hand as we're watching the videotape now, Cassius continues to bounce back, looking for the opening. Liston had been keeping his left and right very high. Now, over right above our microphone, as we're getting near the time when the knockout occurred, Liston pawed with a left and missed. Clay shoved him away with a left to the forehead. And now there is the looping overhand right that hurt the challenger just a bit as Cassius motions him to come on in. Now Liston moving slowly with a short left jab to Clay as Clay moves again to his left. Liston misses a right to the stomach. Cassius continues to backpedal and looking for that unexpected finish, which no one had come here expecting. Liston was landing quite heavily to the arms of Clay and probably figured that that would eventually take its toll and make the champion arm weary, but that's not what happened at all. Liston moving in once again, keeping the guard high, and he misses with a right that Clay blocks very easily. They are playing this videotape back in slow motion, so that's why it's taking so much longer than the actual ring action. Liston missed it with a left hand for the ear, landed a light left to the ear. Then Liston misses another overhand right as Clay continues to backpedal and force the challenger to come to him. Liston trying to set him up for the right hand and is tagged with a short right, a looping right, and then a left. Now let's go back to the ring.
Did you think he was getting up?
Oh, I knew he would fall early, but I wanted it to be about 3 or 4 minutes later.
Why are you standing over him?
I'm trying to tell the bum to get up and fight. People
why
pay
are
all
you
the
doing
money.
that? Tell me why.
Didn't I tell you? Hold it, don't say nothing. Didn't I tell you my poem?
Yes,
Listen, said, this time I'm a bigger fool. I'm flat on my back instead of the stool.
Right.
And I'll be darned if it's not right.
Okay, Muhammad, I know it's right. I know it's right. Oh, wait, we're showing it again. We're showing it again. Here it is.
We'll go back to the fight in just a moment. Say, are you the kind of man who goes all out of his way to stay in good shape, does morning push-ups, works out at the gym, keeps those muscles toned up? Well, here's something else to keep you feeling good. Sub-Hose socks. Their patented two-way knit helps your legs feel comfortable and look fit like no other socks you've ever tried. You'll also like the popular over-the-calf styling. And Sub-Hose comes in a big selection of colors for casual wear or business. Sub-Hose is available two ways. Regular Sub-Hose for $4.95, new cushion-soled Sub-Hose for $5.95. Just the thing for golf or bowling. So keep yourself in shape. Wear Sub-Hose socks.
Out in the center of the ring now, and Johnny Addy is out there with them. I've got Harry Levine, Ken Nicholson, and Nick Trevorway all out looking for Floyd Patterson. Floyd Patterson is right behind me, and you can probably hear Cassius Clay as he is shouting now to Floyd Patterson. He's asking Floyd to come up in the ring, right, Russ?
He's either calling for Patterson or Chevalo, and I can't say which, but he's saying, you're next. Here comes Floyd Patterson up into the ring now, and somebody just says, as Floyd comes up into the ring, that he'll kill you, Floyd. But Cassius now puts the headlock on his friend Floyd Patterson and says, you're next, you deserve it. He came charging right over here above our mutual microphones and made that scream, you're next. And he also yelled something to George Chevalo, but it was Patterson that he wanted up there. And he's doing that usual tremendous job of his. So now let's go back to the ring and see what maybe Patterson has to say with Steve Ellis.
You give him that shot. Now put yourself on the spot.
Steve, as you know, I only got warmed up. We could go tonight.
You could go tonight.
As soon as we can get the contract ready, I'm ready for the rabbit. I want the world to know that we have got the bear, so now we will get the hare.
All right, will it be this year? Will it be this year? All right, Floyd, get over here. Floyd, if you will. Floyd Patterson. Well, Floyd, now the bedlam has quieted down, and we're really privileged to be talking with you, two-time world champion. Would you like a shot at this guy's crown?
Yes, I would. Cassius Clay has.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Cassius Clay what?
A shot, and I'm very thankful.
Thank you. Stephan shouldn't pull him away, but he did, and that's.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. We're going to get Floyd Patterson over here in a moment. We'll have a playback of the end of the fight in the first round in just a minute.